Well, it's a beautiful day outside here in Houston, Texas, but they have the roof closed because they want that noise level to blow right through the roof. They're calling this crowd over 43,000 the 10th man. That's what Craig Biggio was talking about last night. He said they worked a huge advantage to get the adrenaline going. Here's the Atlanta Braves starting lineup now. Rafael Furcal, the Braves table setter, just 3 hits in the series. Brian Giles is hitting .231 the first 3 games. He hit about .460 against the Astros last October.
Chipper Jones has been injured the last couple of years, but he's healthy now, and you know offensively he can get it done. Andrew Jones, a little more disciplined this year, fewer Ks, a lot more contact, more homers.
Bobby Cox was criticized for going with a safe veteran lineup in Game 1, but he starts Adam Laroche in Game 4. Jeff Francoeur, the rookie right fielder, one of 3 straight first-year men in Bobby's lineup today. Left-handed hitting Ryan Langerhans is followed by the rookie catcher Brian Mcann, a star in the Braves' Game 2 victory, hitting a 3-run homer against Roger Clemens. Up against the right-hander, Brandon Backey, 10-8 during the regular season, a native of Galveston, Texas.
He was a rookie last year. He gained some postseason experience. They love what they saw. They love what they got out of him down the stretch. Only 10-8 on the year. You look at the 25 starts. Obviously, Phil Garner, their manager, has a lot of confidence in this kid to put him out there today.
Well, he's trying to reverse a pretty rocky playoff history. The Astros 1-8 all-time in possible clinch games. Backey on the hill, the 27-year-older, taking on Atlanta. And for more on the Braves, we go downstairs to Aaron Andrews. Aaron?
Like you mentioned, the Braves are in a situation they know all too well. That today they're trying to prevent their 4th consecutive early exit from the playoffs. Chipper Jones told me before the game the mood in the clubhouse, they're trying to keep it low-key. The past is in the past. We start with zeros on the board. He also said they're trying not to put too much pressure on the rookies. He doesn't want it playing head games with them. But, you know, Julio Franco told me before the game, now more than ever, it's important to get out of this series. He said everybody in Atlanta is saying, here we go again. This is deja vu. He said we cannot afford to leave this afternoon and say, hey, maybe next year. Dave?
Thanks, Aaron. They won the game last year. Now St. Louis waits in the wings for Bobby Cox or for Phil Garner as the Cardinals defeated the San Diego Padres 7-4 last night to advance to the NLCS with a 3-game sweep. As you look at Bobby Cox in his 20th season as the Braves skipper, but lots of futility, particularly in the first round of the playoffs. Postseason's been a different story. For Phil Garner, his team advancing to the NLCS last year had that scintillating series with St. Louis that went to 7 games. He wants another crack at the Cardinals.
You know, a really different environment in both managers' office before the game today. Bobby Cox, you're almost afraid to ask him anything about what's happened in the past. Phil Garner, he could not wait for this first pitch.
The Braves need a quick start, and that first pitch is right now as Rafael Furcal gets in. Just 3 for 14 in the series. And Backey's first offering is swung on and popped up a mile in the air down the right field line. Playable. There's Lane creeping to the corner, and he's got it in fair territory for out number 1. Now defensively for the Houston Astros, the outfield is Lance Berkman, Willie Taveras, and Lane we just saw in right field. On the infield, Ensberg, Everett, Biggio, Lamb, and Ausmus, the catcher. He is the rock back there.
He really is. They talk about the success of the bullpen and the young arms they have down there. They give Brad Ausmus a lot of credit for that, Dave, because very seldom do pitchers these days shake anybody off.
In there for a strike on Marcus Giles, 3 out of 13 in the series.
And when you got an Ivy League guy back there behind home plate, and normally the home plate umpire's best friend, yeah, I might go with him too.
Yep, he's a man out of Dartmouth. Here's the 0-1. Little roller. It struck him and he's out. It hit him as he left the batter's box, and Giles is out. Never got more than 35 feet up the first base line, and 2 fast outs here for Atlanta.
And here's another reason why home plate umpires love Brad Ausmus. He's going to be honest with them. He helped Gary Cederstrom make this call with his reaction. There you see it. He can see it there, but he knows that when he stood up, he blocked the view of the home plate umpire. Ausmus immediately, with what he saw, pointed at the ball making contact. He sees where it is. There it is. We see it. Gary Cederstrom had some help getting that call right.
So that brings up Chipper Jones with the bases empty, and in there for a strike. Backey dealing. Andrew Jones has come to the on-deck area, but Chipper Jones just 2 for 11 with a homer in the series. The top of the order has not gotten it done for the Braves. Inside for a ball. Now Chipper loves this ballpark. Very comfortable at Minute Maid. Going into Game 3 last night, a .447 career average here with 5 homers and 22 RBIs in 20 games. He rips that one, but righted lane. He's got it. And back he comes out firing. He throws just 6 pitches and gets the Braves 1-2-3. An ominous start for Atlanta in an elimination game. And here come the Astros. Well, the Atlanta Braves come to bat and go quickly at the hand of Brandon Backey. The right-hander Tim Hudson will take on this lineup now for the Houston Astros. Craig Biggio, the 39-year-old, playing like a kid. He is on fire, 6 out of 12 in the series. Willie Taveras, the rookie center fielder, batting .455 in games 1 through 3. Lance Berkman, the Braves have been exceedingly cautious with the switch hitter. He bats out of the 3-hole.
Well, Berkman's their best hitter, but when they don't pitch to him, it's Ensberg that has to step up, and he has done it.
After him now, Mike Lamb at first. He homered last night. Jason Lane hit 26 during the regular season. Adam Everett gives them a solid glove man at short.
And with all the things defensively that Brad Ausmus does, he's hit almost .290 since the All-Star break.
Backey swings a good bat, .222 during the regular season. And they battled the right-hander Hudson, 14-9 during the regular season with a .352 ERA. And Biggio takes a strike on the outside corner, 0-1.
I'm telling you, he seemed to be like a completely different person before the game in batting practice. He said, I was just too pumped up. With all the experience that I have had, you wouldn't have thought that would have been the case, but it was. He expects to be a lot better today.
They walked 4 and hit a batter in game 1. Wild cut by Biggio, and it's quickly 0-2. Hudson making a start on 3 days rest for only the 4th time in his career, the 3rd time in the playoffs. He did it once this past season in May, and he went 8 shutout innings against the Mets. That was after Hampton and Thompson went on the DL. Swing and a miss, and Biggio is a fast out as Hudson gets rid of him on 3 pitches and whiffs him. 1 man gone.
I think one thing too that Hudson will be able to do today, instead of going with the fastball as much as he did in that first game, go with some off-speed stuff. If you need to slow down, you need to pitch down in the zone, you know, you can go to the split finger or you can go to the slider, which is what he used on the last 2 strikes to get Craig Biggio.
So here's the youngster Taveras, 5 for 11 in his first playoff series. He has acquitted himself quite well. Might be the fastest man in the National League, although Jose Reyes of the Mets and Willie Taveras, I mean, you match those two up in a foot race, it would be a blur, but it would be a lot of fun to see.
3.8 to the first base bag from the right side. That's getting after it.
You look at all those infield hits, including 20 bunt singles. 23-year-old from the Dominican Republic puts it in play toward the hole. Giles gets there, 2 up and 2 down. And Berkman will step in next, and in a situation where the bases are empty in a scoreless game early, he might just get a couple of pitches to swing at.
Well, we'll see. We know what the approach has been from the very beginning. They were going to walk Berkman. They weren't going to let him hurt them offensively. But when they walked him 3 times in game 1, it was a guy behind him, Ensberg, that stepped up with 5 RBIs in that game.
Now, can you tell immediately on Hudson that he's going to have a productive day, that he's going to have a good day? Usually with a sinker baller or a split finger guy, you can tell fast.
You can tell when he's not going to have a good day, and that's when that fastball is at the thigh or above, which was where it was in game 1. He's been outstanding to begin with here. You know, physically, nobody's at 100% right now. Everybody's a little bit banged up.
Little ground ball, chipper there for the stop. Jones up and over. And for Hudson, just a 6-pitch first inning. Both starters doing very well in the first inning. But here comes Andrew Jones, 51 home runs during the regular season. Tonight at 8:30, Carson Palmer, Chad Johnson, and the Cincinnati Bengals, off to their first 4-0 start since 1988. Face Byron Leftwich, Fred Taylor, and the Jaguars on ESPN Sunday Night Football. Coverage begins with NFL Primetime, presented by Miller Lite at 7:30 Eastern Time. No score after 1. Rick Sutcliffe, Dave O'Brien, and Aaron Andrews with you from Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas. Game 4. The Astros win. They move on to the NLCS. As Andrew Jones gets a little message there from Backey. And a crowd kind of like that as the big home run hitter had to back away from the high and tight pitch.
That's an easy pitch to learn if you're with the Houston Astros. Your teammate is Roger Clemens, and in the clubhouse before the game, Nolan Ryan. They know all about that last pitch.
High and tight indeed. But Andrews had an excellent series, 7 for 11 with a home run. The breaking ball on the outside corner. And Andrews hit in 14 straight division series games as well.
Take a look at why you try to move people over. Did you see him flinch on that last curveball? Almost like he thought it was coming back up and in.
Big breaking ball hammered, and fair ball finally called down the left field line as it bounces up against the fence, and it'll be 2 bases for Andruw Jones. He is now 8 for 12 in the series. So he recovered very nicely from the high and tight pitch.
Take a look at him jump on that first curveball, though. He flinched right there, and then what happens? Watch the glove of Ausmus. Instead of it being out and off the plate, he tried to throw a better breaking ball, Dave, rather than just putting it in the same or a better spot to get the same result. He made a mistake, and if you do that to Andruw Jones these days, you get hurt.
Joe Brinkman, the third base umpire, the veteran, wanted to make sure he got it right and did not make a mistake. Finally ruling that fair. We do have the extra umpires as well. Marvin Hudson down the left field line for some help, and Jeff Nelson down the right field line. And here's Adam Laroche, 2 for 4 in the series. During the regular season, hit 20 home runs, and he waves right through the first one for strike.
2 for 10 off of Backey, but both of his hits have left the ballpark. He said for some reason, as opposed to Backey throwing a lot of breaking balls to everybody else, Laroche said, you know, all he's done is throw fastballs to me.
Jeff Francoeur, the right fielder, waiting in the on-deck area with Andruw Jones leading at second. No score here in the second inning. But the Braves trying to change that. And that's in for a strike. Adam Laroche, the son of former Major League pitcher Dave Laroche.
Dave Laroche would love the strike zone that we have thus far this afternoon. It has been huge from Gary Cederfield.
Backey took a long look in, and now the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 1 out in the Braves' second.
Really a tough part for Bobby Cox with this young team. You got a situation, the leadoff guy on. There's a generous corner there, and now all of a sudden you try to protect, you try to put it in play, and you too expand the zone, picking up another strikeout.
Again, it was like, how about that strike zone? That is certainly a pitcher's zone today from Cedarstrom. And here's Francoeur swinging at the first pitch. Man, does he do that a lot. Popped into left. And Everett makes the catch for out number 2.
This is where it's been so remarkable what Bobby Cox has done this year. He knows how to play the game. You get a man on second with nobody out, you're supposed to pull the ball. But with these young kids, all that does is add pressure to what is already there. He tells them to go up in that situation with Laroche, and you know what? Just trade places with Andruw Jones. If you get a base hit to left field with this young group, I will take it. And you know, we were laughing with him before the game. Probably the toughest young kid that he ever had to manage is standing at second base right now in Andruw Jones.
Well, they had some issues several times. Bobby Cox was forced to bench Andruw Jones early in his career.
Find him more than any other player he ever had, but like Bobby said, it was worth the wait.
Well, they're waiting on him to score, and here's Langerhans, 2 for 7 in the series. He takes a strike, and maybe with the help of an enlarged strike zone, the fans certainly love it. Backey is firing nothing but strikes.
It's a big one, but it is consistently big for both sides. Not a problem for either team.
The 6-foot right-hander with an 0-1 pitch missed the inside corner. Langerhans was among the hottest Brave hitters down the stretch. He hit .367 in his last 22 games. 25-year-old rookie out of San Antonio. So this is his home state. His friends and family here this afternoon for game 4. Andruw Jones led off the inning with a double. He's still there. Outside, 2-1.
Cederstrom to me is one of the best in baseball. Dave, we used to say American League, National League. That doesn't exist anymore. His 9th year at the big league level, and rewarded because of the job he's done. 4 of the last 5 years he's been in the postseason.
Ausmus setting up a target with 2 down. That one missed. Now 3 balls and a strike.
Brad's trying to get a little bit more than what he was getting earlier, but he knows where he's at in the lineup. You got the A spot coming up next, and then the pitcher after that. You're not going to give in. Breaking ball right here would not surprise me.
The 3-1 pitch. He walked him. Runners at first and second. First ball for the day for Backey. And now he faces Brian Mcann, the number 8 hitter and the rookie catcher, who is 2 for 8 so far in the series.
Not a whole lot of numbers for these guys against Backey. He's not been around that long, just his second year, and a lot of these guys young as well. 2 for 5 for Langerhans. I think Ausmus might have remembered those hits. 0 for 1 with a strikeout from Mcann. That was clearly a pitch around that last at bat.
So they get to Mcann, who belted a 3-run homer off Roger Clemens in his first career postseason at bat in Game 2 on Thursday. He still hasn't come down from that yet, as he takes a strike. As he homered against one of the great pitchers of all time. He said it was the thrill of his career, obviously.
There's home runs, and then there's home runs off the rocket, and then when you do it in October, well, unless it's late October, it doesn't get any better than that.
Helping John Smoltz to a victory in that pitcher's matchup. Here's the 0-1, and it moved him back. But Backey is not afraid to do that, to move a hitter off the plate. He's already shown that in this inning twice with Andrew Jones and now the rookie Mcann.
Always had good stuff. Talking with Brad Ausmus before the game. The fastball sneaky. If it says 90, it's more like 94 because of the deception and the late movement that he gets. His best asset, though, is that he's got the ability to spin it.
Jones and Langerhans on the bases with 2 down. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Inside too much. 2-1.
Here's where you got to remember, too, with a young pitcher, and Ausmus has already told Backey that, even though the base open is third base, it's still open. They're not going to score a run if you walk this guy and you've got the pitcher in the on-deck circle. So do not give in. Either locate the fastball or go to something off-speed in the zone.
Backey's 2-1 offering. Little dribbler towards short. Charging Everett on the move. Got him. And the side is retired. Atlanta with a threat, but they strand 2. And Morgan Ensberg with 7 RBIs in the series will be batting to lead off the second for Houston. National League Division Series game number 4 from Houston. The last out of Game 3 was only about 14.5 hours ago. And the Braves and the Astros right back at it. A quick turnaround for Game 4. Here's Ensberg against Hudson. And the first pitch misses for ball 1. Ensberg having an excellent series. 417. He's 5 out of 12 with 7 runs batted in. He had 3 hits and 5 RBIs in Game 1. Down low, 2-0. Hudson requiring only 6 pitches to negotiate the first inning. He got the Astros 1-2-3 as they play Morgan Ensberg to pull, and he'll do a lot of that. Foul tip to the mitt, 2-1.
You just love the good swings that he's getting now. That's why you put a guy in a cleanup spot. Look at this 2-0. That's what you want. I mean, you give Hudson credit for making a great pitch down and away.
2-2. Ensberg with 36 home runs during the regular season. He led the Astros in home runs and RBIs.
Take a look at the late movement here, coming back to the corner, and look at the tilt to it. When it's going down, very difficult to put any air underneath it.
Well, working on short rest, but he is sharp. Downstairs a bit, 3-2.
There's a lot of guys in the National League from this year with Hudson and the American League in the past that are watching him right now saying, wow, you guys are in trouble.
He started his day by whiffing Biggio on 3 pitches. The payoff was rolled toward third but foul. Ensberg out of Southern Cal. And doesn't everybody love USC this time of the year? Football and baseball. He had another big day on game number 1, and last week voted the Astros MVP by the Houston baseball writers.
He had a big career at USC as well. Only Mark McGuire and Jeff Jenkins with more career homers than Ensberg at that university.
Teammate of Jason Lane's at Southern Cal in '98. Cut on and missed. He struck him out. Ensberg whiffs. Second strikeout for Hudson. He got Biggio at the top of today's game.
Let's take a look at how it started. He got a generous call on the very first pitch, a breaking ball, but watch the location. Look at the glove. Down to begin with. There's one. A little bit further and a little lower for two, and then right back with it again. When you can locate the fastball down in the zone, as he's doing here on Ensberg, and you can expand the zone with either the slider or the split finger, you can see why Tim Hudson has had an amazing career as far as winning percentage.
Mike Lamb getting the start at first base. He homered in Game 3 last night, which the Astros won 7-3, and smacks a single up the middle with one down in the second here in Game 4. So Lamb is on in front of Jason Lane.
And you know what? Here's where Tim Hudson won't care, because you know why? It's just another ground ball. More so in the heart of the plate, trying to get the count in his favor. But when he's got that tilt, what he's going to try to do here is get another ground ball, hope that it's hit at somebody, and that's when you turn the double play.
Lane in the series 3 for 10. He takes some big old hacks, and he connected quite often during the regular season with 26 home runs. Right-hand hitter with good power as he takes ball one. And down the left field line, it's only 315 feet to the Crawford boxes above that scoreboard. So that's a bit of a chip shot. In center field, right center, that's a different story. It gets to be a very big ballpark there. Lamb on at first with one out, and he gets back.
I remember Brad Ausmus when he first got to this place talking about how even offensively the Astros, it took a while to adjust. Everybody trying to pull the ball down the line, but the pitching staff was intimidated. Remember Jose Lima, how good he was in the Astrodome when it was big, how he struggled here. Used that center field.
Another nasty pitch from Hudson. Whether he's in the strike zone consistently or not, he is getting a lot of swings like that early.
I think that being on short rest has helped him. He seems to be under control now. He's locating a lot better. But on short rest, you're not going to be able to go as deep into the ball game. That's a problem with that bullpen.
Another swing and a miss. 1-2, and you saw Lane check with the home plate ump Gary Cederstrom right after that, as we give you a look at the Rocket, who got rocked in his Game 2 start against John Smoltz. And Lane questioning the home plate ump Cederstrom whether in fact he even swung at a strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes, a runner at first, 1 out, no score in the second inning. Slice foul out of play.
Tell you what, I felt like I was in Cooperstown before the game today in that Astro clubhouse. Mr. Ryan was there. The Rocket, Bagwell, Biggio, Hall of Famers.
You still call Nolan Ryan Mr. Ryan, huh?
Yes, sir. You never know when he might take the mound in an old timers game and I have to hit.
That was never comfortable when he was in his prime.
Oh, I'll never
Ryan
forget.
Express. Lane with a 1-2 pitch, and it missed away.
Remember when we first went to the Houston Astrodome and it said, "Welcome to the 8th wonder of the world"? We all thought, I mean, everybody on the Dodger team would say, yeah, this isn't the 8th wonder. Well, you can build another one of these places. The 8th wonder of the world, it was that man.
One of the first men who consistently would hit the upper 90s all game long, often throwing 100 or better. Swing and a miss, and Lane strikes out. That's the 3rd K in the book for Tim Hudson. And there are 2 down in the second.
Good sharp breaking ball. He wasn't able to locate the fastball in that at bat. He threw it up and in on one pitch to set this back up again. And I think the approach that you saw with Lamb is what Houston's going to have to do. He went right back up the middle. Everybody else has tried to pull the ball. Everybody else has gotten themselves out.
Adam Everett, the shortstop, to step in. He has 2 hits in 11 trips in the series. We mentioned that Hudson 2 previous times in the playoffs has thrown on short rest. They were not successful. In 2002 in Game 4 against Minnesota, he was pitching for Oakland. He lasted just 3 1/3 innings, and he gave up 7 runs in an 11-2 loss. Popped up, Frank Burke charging near the line. He's got it as he crosses into foul territory. Side retired, 1 hit and 1 man left. Hudson will swing away as we go to the 3rd. No score in game 4. The roof is closed today at Minute Maid in Houston. Despite a glorious day outside, they want to amp up the volume, keep that noise from going anywhere except right down on top of the heads of the Atlanta Braves. The Astros leading the series 2-1, looking to wrap it up today as Hudson, who has other ideas, leads off by taking a strike. Tim Hudson followed by Rafael Furcal and then Marcus Giles as the Braves try and get on the scoreboard against Backey. Backey, a pretty quick worker. A check swing, did he offer? He did not, according to Eric Cooper, and it's 1-1.
Hudson too was an outstanding hitter in college as well as a pitcher at the University of Auburn. Joking before the game, he said he misses that aluminum.
Don't they all when they get to the big leagues? Here's the 1-1. Backey also a fine hitter as well, the native of Galveston, Texas.
He's some kind of athlete. Backey's a lot like Mariano Rivera. Batting practice out there in the outfield, he's running down everything.
A little chopper. Everett gets to it. There's plenty of time to get the pitcher. 1 man out. Next up will be the leadoff hitter, Rafael Furcal. Let's go downstairs to Aaron Andrews. Aaron.
Well, Dave, as you mentioned, the roof is closed, and as you can see right behind me, like you said, a glorious day. Astros manager Phil Garner telling us the organization wanted to create a very, very loud environment. That was something that really excited them last year during the playoffs, and something the Astros look forward to coming back to Houston. They said at Turner Field, obviously the Braves fans were there being loud, but he said our fans have such an effect on us, and they make this game so exciting that they're hoping it will help them the rest of the way, guys.
Boy, we could hear it last night, big time, the noise reverberating off the ceiling here, and it had the feel of the Metrodome in Minneapolis, didn't it?
I tell you too, they're a little superstitious. They had it open the first 2 games against the Cubs to end the season. They lost. They closed it the last 2 they won. There you go. There's the numbers.
Fly foul out of play by Furcal. Furcal really had a fine series against the Astros last October in the first round. He hit almost 400. He has not been able to duplicate that. That's a big reason Atlanta's in the hole. Hitting just 200. He is 3 for 15, 0 for 1 today. Up there on the left side of the plate with the bases empty and 1 down. He's looking to bunt there, but pulled it away in time. 2-1.
I think that's a big adjustment Furcal has made in the past. He would have just kept taking that big swing, popping up, striking out, what have you. He's really matured this year, particularly the second half of the year. Well, there are a lot of teams that are going to be looking for him in the offseason because he's a free agent.
You think the Chicago Cubs, who have an opening there at short, might be one of those teams. That's up high. Rick Sutcliffe, Dave O'Brien, Aaron Andrews with you for game 4. The Astros, as we mentioned before, just 1-8 all time in possible clinch games. The 3-1 to Furcal. He's taking, and it's on the inside edge for a strike.
I like what he did there, though. You could see Hudson got himself out in the 2-1 pitch. It was a fastball up, and he took a swing at it, grounded out. Backey's a little out of sorts right now. Make him throw another strike in this situation.
That's what the crowd wants, the payoff pitch. Popped up, twisting foul and back out of play. Lefty hitters gave Backey a lot of trouble during the regular season. They hit .347 off him.
Oh, the big problem, he can't command the fastball in. If you watch the movement, just even when he goes to a 4-seam fastball, the straight one, it still leaks a little bit. So if he starts it inside the corner, it comes back to the corner, normally an umpire will miss that. If he starts it on the corner, it hits the heart of the plate, it usually hits a bat.
The call 4 out of 11 against Backey in his career. He fights another one foul. Of course, last year, Houston, although they went right to the limit against both Atlanta and the St. Louis Cardinals, they knocked off the Braves in the first round of the division series and then played 7 tremendous games against the Cardinals in the league championship series. The Astros finally finding the chemistry for success against the Braves in the playoffs. Check swing, it was up high. They did appeal and no swing, says Joe Brinkman. So it is ball 4 and Furcal with a fine at bat to get on.
I love the fact that he took the 3-1 fastball right down the middle. Last year he would not have done that. He did it there. He's on base.
Head-to-head to postseason, Atlanta has had Houston's number. At least they did until last year. It's been a different case the last 2 seasons. The Astros winning the 2004 division series in 5. Houston falling to Atlanta the first 3 times in the division series in '97, '99, again in 2001. Marcus Giles 0 for 1. A little dribble around in front of the plate just a bit up the first base line in the opening inning, and he ran right into it for an out. As he tried to dance around it, didn't have any success. The speedy for call is on at first. Not running, and it's cut on and missed. 0-2. Now, for call during the season finished 3rd in National League stolen bases with 46. But he has not attempted to steal in this trip to first base.
You want to know why they like the roof closed? Listen to that.
Inside around the hands. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Not only can the crowd affect their team and motivate the Houston Astros, but with a young team like the Braves, it can intimidate, and from time to time it will get you a call from the home plate umpire if you're loud enough.
Chipper Jones on deck as Furcal scoots back in.
To me, that's probably the only reason that Furcal has not taken off yet. Sure, Osmus can throw. I mean, you got to get a good jump to steal a base on him, but Bobby Cox, I think in his dream every night he sees Chipper Jones swinging the bat.
Backy from the set, the 1-2. Drifted outside. All even now on Giles.
All the success that Atlanta had against Houston this year, a lot of it had to do with Giles getting on base. In the 6 games, 5 of them won by Atlanta. Giles was able to score 8 runs.
And Giles and Furcal combined scored over 200 runs, 204 runs during the regular season. They have not done enough of that in the playoffs, obviously. And as Backy continues to keep Rafael Furcal close. Do you take a chance at running him here? You have Chipper Jones next. There's been some suggestion Bobby Cox has to do something differently to make sure it doesn't end quickly again in the first round, as it has so many times for Atlanta. Change some things up. Maybe even the way the Braves play stylistically. Force the issue a little bit. More bunts, more hit and runs. Get some movement on the bases. Bobby went with a pretty safe lineup in game number 1 with Jordan and Franco, and that did not work out. The 2-2, the runner holds, and it's fouled away.
Everybody talks about the job Bobby Cox, Dave, has done with the kids this year. I give him credit for that, but I think he deserves more credit for what he has done with the starting rotation. I mean, they went into the winter with their game plan to have the depth, the trade for Hudson. They had Thompson, they had Hampton, they put Smoltz out of the bullpen just to make sure they were loaded in that starting rotation, and it all fell apart on him, yet they're still here playing in October.
Ground ball to third. Ensberg scoops, fires into second, got the out there, no double play ball. As Giles becomes the runner at first, but Furcal erased at second. Nice short hop stab there by Morgan Ensberg.
Boy, that first step's what it's all about. He made the right decision to come get it. He gets it on an in-between hop there, as opposed to one of those high hops that's around your knee or your waist. Comes up with it, the confidence to get the lead man, to keep the runner out of scoring position. And what you do here, by doing that, instead of going the easy route to first, you force Chipper to swing a little harder. A base hit now will not score a run. He's got to find a gap, get something extra base to put something up on the board.
Jones hit a line shot to right his first time up. That was caught by Lane, and he is 0 for his last 8 in the series. He has started all 92 of the Braves postseason games since he made his playoff debut October 3rd of 1995. His first year in the big leagues, first full season, and he goes to the World Series and wins it. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike.
To me, Chipper Jones is just the National League's version of Derek Jeter. I know there's not all the world titles there, but there's that grind of the regular season where he always finds a way to do what's needed to get Atlanta to the postseason. He doesn't know anything but playing baseball in October.
The 1-1 pitch, a pitch out. Nothing going on with Giles at first base. In fact, Atlanta's last postseason game without Chipper was Game 6 of the 1993 National League Championship Series in Philadelphia. Terry Pendleton started at third base for Atlanta. That's how long ago that was.
Their hitting coach, former MVP.
Backey checking the runner Giles. 2 down, no score in the third. And it's up high. 3-1, so a hitter's count for Chipper.
Absolutely, and they took one of those pitches away with the pitch out. I mean, if you're going to pitch out with Chipper Jones up and Andrew Jones in the on-deck circle, Terry Pendleton says, hey, you better guess right, because if you don't get him, now your back is to the wall. Chipper can take that big swing to hit a double.
Giles with a good lead, not running, and the pitch is down low for ball 4. So he's walked 2 in the inning and 3 in the game. So after an initial sharp start, he's starting to miss his target. Runners at first and second for the man who may be the MVP. We flash back to last year, the division series game number 5. Carlos Beltran and company knocking the cover off the ball as they wound up winning that 12-3 and advance to the National League Championship Series against St. Louis. Now the Cardinals wait in the wings again for the start of the NLCS on Wednesday.
That's what's so remarkable about what the Astros have done. You think about what they lost coming into this season. No Beltran with the great job that he had, the great postseason. How about Jeff Kent not being here anymore, and yet they're still back. Bagwell not being healthy all year.
Carlos who, I guess, with Beltran in a New York Met uniform and no longer with the Astros, but here they are again on the verge of winning the division series.
Tell you what, I didn't talk to him or see the Mets the second half of the year, but Beltran's got to be missing this place a little bit.
Andrew Jones with a double to run his division series hitting streak to 15 consecutive games, and he came into this series in a big slump. But he homered in game 1, had 3 hits in game 2 in support of John Smoltz. 2 on, 2 out. Inside hit him, and the bases are loaded. Backey has filled them up on 2 walks and a hit batsman, and the Braves are in business here in the 3rd inning.
We talked about the movement to his fastball. Even Backey doesn't know a lot of times where it's going to end up. He started this on the inside corner, and take a look at the movement. Look at it just continuing to run at the 2-seam fastball. Andrew didn't really move back. He just kind of moved down a little bit. It's going to hurt. It's going to be sore, but Andrew Jones hoping that it will hurt a lot more than just what it did to his elbow.
Astros pitching coach Jim Hickey out to consult with Backey and Ausmus here. A bases loaded 2-out situation. No score in the 3rd. Backey in the first couple of innings threw 22 pitches combined. This inning already with 25, and he's not out of it yet.
You looked at Backey's numbers on the year, under 150 innings barely, but almost 70 walks. He a lot of times, as with a lot of young pitchers, has been his own worst enemy. The 2 guys on in front of Andrew Jones, he put on. The defense can't help you there.
Adam Laroche to step in. He struck out in the 2nd inning, but no place to put him. Outside, he went with some soft stuff with that first pitch. It's 76 and it missed in the series. 10 of 15 runs scored with 2 outs for Atlanta. All 7 runs came that way in the 2nd inning. And Smoltz took care of the rest. The 1-0. Lets it go for a strike.
Boy, that's confidence there. The first sign he saw from Ausmus was that breaking ball again. Confidence in Backey to make the adjustment. He missed with the first pitch to be able to locate it, even the count up, and now Laroche cannot just simply sit on fastball.
If Backey gets out of this unscathed, it is going to be some noisy Minute Maid Park. A swing and a high fly ball right center field, driven deep. Tavares racing back, turning around, it sails, it is gone. That's a grand slam for Adam Laroche. And just like that, 4-0 Atlanta. Laroche hits the daylights out of it to give the Braves a 4-zip lead. And a very, very quiet Minute Maid, as it turns out, as the Braves are on top in the third.
Really been an up and down year for Laroche offensively. 20 home runs on the year. He had hit 2 off of Backey up to this point. Take a look at it. He misses with the breaking ball, comes back with it. Here's what we were talking about with the fastball in, though. Osmus wanted it in. It started out on the inner part of the plate, but David leaked back to the heart of the plate. It caught the big part of the bat, and wow, did the volume go down here.
Laroche just hit mute here in Houston. That's in there for a strike on Francoeur. 4-0 Atlanta. Adam Laroche going deep. One of the deepest parts of this ballpark.
Take a look at it now, what we talked about. That's why it's difficult. Watch, if he wants the fastball in, look at where he's sitting, but watch what the movement does. See that thing leaking back to the heart of the plate? That has been the biggest problem for Backey all year long.
2 balls, 1 strike, 2 down, but 4 runs in. Laroche with his 2nd career grand slam. So not a rookie, but one of the young Braves tattooing Brandon Backey here. His wildness really hurt him. Now he's gone to 3-1 on Francoeur, but he walked 2 men and hit a batter in this inning before the home run, the grand slam by Laroche. Swinging a high fly to center, sending back to Burke, but he has room to make the catch this time, and he's got it. Side retired, but the Braves pounce against Brandon Backey in the 3rd inning. Bases loaded, and Laroche takes this one 415 feet for a grand slam. 4-0 Atlanta in Game 4 from Houston. Atlanta out in front 4-0 and a grand slam by Adam Laroche as he took it 415 feet into the bullpen of Brandon Backey. And so the Braves have run support for Hudson. Brad Ausmus leading off the home half of the 3rd inning. Now, Tim Hudson in his career, when he gets 4 runs of support or more, is 87-4. So he's feeling pretty good at this point as he fires in and misses on Ausmus to make it 2-0. 87-4. 4 runs of support or more. Former 20-game winner with the Oakland A's. Lined off his glove, he picks it up and throws on to get Ausmus one away.
I really think that Houston made a mistake with Backey on the mound when they guessed on the pitch out here. That's a 1-1 pitch. Now it's 2-1, but don't forget it's Chipper Jones. You got a young guy on the mound. He walks him. Now this one gets away from him on Andrew Jones. Bases loaded. Guess what? Laroche last year in Game 4. John Smoltz picked up the win. Laroche had a homer and 3 RBIs in that game to make it go to a Game 5. He's trying to do it again.
1 man out for Backey.
If you're going to pitch out, I mean, you better be right. They were not right in that situation. And to me, you know, a walk from a pitcher is kind of like an error by your shortstop, particularly situations like that.
In there for a strike, and the fans reacting on that call. 0-2 on Backey. Well, Laroche with a gorgeous swing, just picture perfect to drive it out for the grand slam. The 0-2 missed away. Laroche spending many hours in his backyard batting cage with his dad. We talked about Dave Laroche, the former Major League All-Star. His father was famous for La Lob, his blooper pitch. 2 balls and 2 strikes. In fact, Dave said that he actually got a chance to throw that to his son, and at that time it was Dave as the pitching coach at AAA Omaha. He asked Adam about it. He says, I absolutely crushed it in batting practice. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Well, he certainly did on the grand slam, didn't he? To give the Braves a 4-0 lead. But now the count has gone to 3-2 on Backey. As Hudson looks for the 2nd out of the inning. Little dribbler. There's for call. The charge. Up and over and 2 down. From Minute Maid Park here in Houston, Texas, it's Game 4 of this National League Division Series. Houston leading Atlanta 2-1, but the Braves lead the ball game 4-0. Great to have you along. Dave O'Brien, Rick Sutcliffe, and Aaron Andrews with you on this Sunday afternoon from Houston. He has been the difference, that young man, Adam Laroche, with a grand slam. As the Braves look to stave off elimination, they were in the same spot a year ago and did exactly that to force a 5th game, which the Astros won. Here's Biggio taken outside. Craig 0 for 1, struck out in the first inning. In the 2 Houston wins in the series, he's really fired them up. He had 3 doubles last night, led off the game with a double. He started off Game 1 with a leadoff single. Ensberg would later drive him in for a 1-0 lead.
You just get the feeling he's going to do something here. So many times for so long, he's been the guy that has got the offense started. And I mean, I'm not even on the mound anymore, and I got the feeling he's going to hit it hard.
Up and in. 3-0. Tavares coming up next. So Atlanta out in front 4-0. Great to have you along on this beautiful day outside. We'd kind of like to have the roof open. Get a little sun in here today, but the Astros have a different thought about it. Close it up and force that noise to stay in the building and rattle the Braves if they can, although Atlanta doesn't look too rattled today.
Well, when they get loud is when something starts to happen offensively, and Hudson has really shut everybody down.
That's across for a strike. Biggio started toward first. And a little glance back there for Gary Cederstrom as well.
I think he just got fooled on the movement. Take a look. I think it comes back and catches the corner there. Hudson's not going to give in, even though that ball was elevated. He still threw it for a strike, and
everyone looking for a better view of that. That's in there for strike 3. Hudson fans Biggio for the 2nd time. His 4th K in the book this afternoon, and he's up 4. Park for ESPN's coverage of Major League Baseball's Division Series. Knuckleball is your code word. Log on to 100yardblitz.com for your chance to win an HD TV. Rick Sutcliffe, Dave O'Brien, Aaron Andrews with you. Baseball indoors at Minute Maid Park, and we'll see if Brandon Backey can recover after getting rocked in the 3rd inning. So swinging a high fly by Langerhans, but there's Tavares, a talented young center fielder. Had all day to get underneath that one for out number 1. The Braves swinging early against Backey here. Now in the 3rd inning, Backey walked 2. He also hit Andrew Jones to load up the bases, and that allowed the grand slam to Adam Laroche. He finds himself in a pretty healthy hole here at the hands of Tim Hudson. Of course, the question on Hudson is going to be, with the 3 days rest, and he pitched deep into the 7th inning in Game 1. Will he begin to tire? He's had outstanding stuff so far. And Mcann has been the man receiving him. Brian Mcann, the catcher, 0 for 1. He's grounded to 3rd today.
I don't know if anybody has a better catching situation than the Atlanta Braves. You're going to have to wait a year for Johnny Estrada to physically be at 100% again. That back's still a problem. We all remember the collision with Darren Erstad. He physically will not be the same, 75–80% at best, but he should be back at full strength next year. And now you got this kid that can catch, hit, and throw from the left side.
Boy, he got to the big leagues in a hurry as he fouls one away. Just 2 full minor league seasons, and Mcann was in the majors catching John Smoltz, whom he posed in a photograph that he still has. The 2 of them took together when Mcann was 7 years old. Grew up in Athens, Georgia, about an hour and a half from Turner Field. Here's the 1-2. In there for strike 3. Backey whiffs Brian Mcann, and there are 2 gone.
I just don't think you can say enough about the farm system of the Atlanta Braves. It didn't work out there for Mcann. His job right now is to catch a shutout, though. Really a nice breaking ball. Ausmus outer half. Whether it catches it or not, it was in the area. As always, he catches the ball well. But you think about that farm system producing all these players, Dave. You know, the last 14 years they've not had a high draft pick. When you win the division, you draft at the bottom. They're not getting the #1 overall pick of the country, and yet they're still putting out big league players.
1 ball and 1 strike on Hudson. 8 rookies this postseason for the Braves. That's a major league record. Line shot to base hit. We talked about Hudson's hitting prowess at Auburn. He spent all that time in the American League with the Oakland A's, but he can still put the bat on the ball.
Tell you what, that's just to me a mental letdown on the part of Backey. That's a young mistake there. You've got to go out there, take the bull by the horns, have a 1-2-3 inning to get your offense back and going. Look at the elevation. I mean, it's just a fastball. It's up out over the plate. Almost like he was saying, you know, I want you to get yourself out rather than making a pitch to make it happen. You want to get that momentum back, and as a pitcher you can do it by ending the inning with a strikeout. He had an opportunity there and did not take advantage.
We'll see if for Mcann. He is 0 for 1 with a walk. He takes a strike. We're talking about all the rookies Atlanta has used in the series. Well, all 9 players in the Braves starting lineup in game 2 of this series had never played a major league game for another team. Ginsburg in against the bunt at third base. Here's the 0-1. That one gets away from Ausmus and will allow Hudson to trot into second. So Ausmus could not handle that, and the Braves have a man into scoring position. It's a wild pitch on Backey.
It's almost like Backey, he's not even the same guy right now as he was the first couple of innings. He put himself in the hole, and nobody knows that more than he. He walked a couple of guys, he hit a guy, and then he threw a fastball down the middle, grand slam homer. Ausmus out there right now, I think, kind of to give him a little bit of an attitude adjustment. He just that's a fastball that, as a catcher, you're trying to sit there and frame it. If it's a little high or a little outside, you don't expect the pitcher to bounce that pitch. I think that voice from Brad might have been a little loud right there, saying, "Hey, come on."
Atlanta trying to take a 5-0 lead here in game 4. For call single will do that. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The Braves looking to force a 5th and deciding game, which would be Monday night here in Houston. The 1-2. Softly hit toward first base. Lamb gets there, flips to the pitch. Oh, he had to shoot on over and make the play. Maybe a little miscommunication there, but in time to get the out. And coming up for Houston, 2, 3, and 4, and into the heart of the Astros order. And Willie Taveras will lead things off against Tim Hudson. Then it'll be Berkman and Ensberg. The Astros trying to get on the scoreboard here against this tough right-hander who has pulled it together after a rocky game 1. Game 5 would be in Atlanta if necessary on Monday night. Swung on, lifted in the air to left, but Langerhans is there to make the catch for out number 1.
One of the few mistakes that Hudson there has made up in the zone. Let's take a look at how he got to where he's at now. There's a breaking ball down, painting the outside corner with the fastball every time, but expanding the zone, Dave, below that K zone with the off-speed pitches. Take a look at the late movement here, coming back to catch Craig Biggio looking on that last out. Look at the move. That's a ball. It's a ball. And then all of a sudden it comes back. Mcann does a nice job hanging on to it, and that was it.
Lance Berkman 0 for 1. He has rolled out to the third baseman, which makes him 3 for 10 so far in this series. A switch hitter takes inside for a ball.
I think they need to do a lot of that taking. Even though it's Hudson on the mound and he can strike you out. To me, the key to this game for Houston getting back into it is to work that pitch count. He's on short rest and get into the bullpen. They have worn out the relievers for Atlanta in this series. Hudson's not going to be out there for 130 pitches. You got to make him work here. Even if you make an out, you need to use at least 5 or 6 pitches to do it.
He's only thrown 42 pitches so far, so he's been very economical. Did he hold up the appeal? And not a swing, according to Joe Brinkman. So the count 2-2.
Berkman never has been at 100% this year. Just it's almost painful watching him to run after the injury that he had in the football game.
Swing and a miss, and down he goes on strikes. 2 away. And Berkman tearing his right ACL in a flag football game before the season began and missed the first month.
The guy that could always drive the ball to the opposite field, but it's almost like he never really got his timing. Obviously, he can't run the bases. Defense, it's a question mark. And right there, just pulling off of that pitch. The only reason they're where they're at is this guy right here at home plate.
That's Morgan Ensberg, 0 for 1 today with a strikeout, but a tremendous season for him. Voted the MVP of the team by the baseball writers in Houston. He said, I'm not sure I believe in MVPs, but it's cool. Line shot left center field. Here comes Andrew Jones. A dive. Did he make that play? He made a spectacular catch. The 7-time Gold Glover laying out for a gap shot to steal an extra base hit from Morgan Ensberg. Well, we have seen that before. And they go 1, 2, 3. It'll be Giles, Chipper Jones, and Andrew Jones when we come back in Houston. Dave O'Brien, Rick Sutcliffe with you, and delighted to be joined by the former National League MVP, Jeff Bagwell. Jeff, thanks so much for being with us. And this has got to be a very strange scenario for you to come off the bench and pinch hit. That's not how you were on your way to Cooperstown.
No, it's not how I drew it up, but it is what it is. And I'm just happy to have an opportunity to get out here and play with the guys and get a chance maybe to contribute at some point in the game.
Baggy, what do you guys got to do offensively against Hudson here today to get back in this?
Well, he's keeping the ball down today. He was up in the strike zone the first game of the series, but he's keeping it down. He's keeping it away. We're going to have to start maybe driving some balls the other way. Get a few guys on and try and get a few guys in. I just told Brandon we got to keep it right here. If we keep it here, we'll have a chance.
What about the pitch count? Do you guys talk about that when you talk about being patient? All kinds of problems with Atlanta's bullpen. When you try to work the count or get his pitch count up, how do you do that?
Well, I mean, you want the guys to be aggressive and you want them to swing at strikes, but you know, and that's what our club is. We don't have a bunch of guys that take a lot of pitches. We kind of just hack and we go at it. So as long as we're aggressive in the strike zone and start taking what he gives us, then we'll have a shot.
Jeff, you're the best. Get well. Thanks so much.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks,
Jeff Bagwell. Off the bench these days in the playoffs for the Houston Astros.
That was one of the strangest things I've seen in the last 15 years. Walking in there and looking at his name as one of the extras. Just weird.
Well, that ailing shoulder of his, you hope, can heal up so that he can continue a spectacular career here in Houston. They've had him his entire career. Marcus Giles leading things off here in the 5th. Atlanta up 4-0 as they try to extend their playoff scenario here and force that 5th game at Turner Field. Get back home in front of their fans. Little blooper toward right. That's going to drop down for a base hit, and Giles is on.
You just want to add at least one more right now if you're Atlanta. One right now to this crowd and to the Houston Astros team could seem like 5. The crowd would start thinking about what they're going to do later today. The team would start thinking about, yeah, did I get everything? Is my razor packed? A lot of things can happen depending on the outcome of this game. And if you could add one more run, that would be a huge momentum builder for Atlanta.
The Braves have taken that 10th man right out of the building so far today. Here's Chipper Jones, 0 for 1. He lifts a high fly, twisting down the left field line. Berkman was playing way deep into left center. That sails into the corner, and that's going to be a fair ball. That bounces along the line. Pulling up and into third is Giles, and it's a walk-in double for Chipper Jones. Berkman had to run all day as he was playing Chipper Jones to pull way over into that alley and never got there.
Dave, he was, but it was absolutely painful to watch him try to run. That knee just not anywhere near 100%. Berkman, really an athletic type guy. He's a first baseman, has learned to play the outfield. But as you're watching him run, I mean, it's almost like he can't get off of that thing quick enough. He does a nice job here. That ball's right down the line. There it is. It's called fair. Kicks into the wall. He gets it back in time, but now there are even more problems for Houston.
That caught some of the chalk. Here comes Hickey out again. Runners at second and third. And Chipper Jones putting it right on top of the line down there for his first hit today. The left-hander Gallo is starting to throw in the bullpen with Adam Laroche, the next hitter up, following Andrew Jones. So 2 on with nobody out. The Braves already in front 4-0. You see the Braves in the National League Division Series after 3 games In 03, took game number 4, did the same thing against the Astros last year, although they lost both series. It's a question mark how the rest of this one will play out, but both game 5 losses, including a 12-3 drubbing at the hands of the Astros last year, came in Atlanta. So for Bobby Cox and company, it's going to be an old script. But you got to get to that game 5 and give yourself a chance. Andrew Jones and company are trying to do that. He has doubled. He's been hit by a pitch and scored a run. The infield in. Andrew at 667 in this series. The MVP candidate waiting on Backy. May not be long for the rest of this day. Swinging a high fly ball to left. Another lengthy jaunt here for Berkman. Down into the corner. Reaches for it and makes the catch. Here comes Giles trying to score the throw to the plate. No tag and a run is in to make it 5-0. And Chipper Jones scoots over to third. Give the RBI to Andrew Jones. And the Braves lead is ballooned to 5-zip.
You talked about all the runs scored at the top of the order for Kyle and Giles. This is just great base running all the way around, not only by Giles to get back and score, but for Chipper Jones to read the throw. Berkman missed a cutoff man. It was down the line, but it was over the relay guy. Chipper Jones paying attention to that. He easily got to third base, an easy opportunity to pick up another run.
So Backy goes only 4 1/3 innings. He gives up 5 runs on 5 hits. His day is done, and we're back in a moment. Left fielder Berkman has to be absolutely worn out, huh?
Well, you know what? He created an awful difficult situation here with his throw there. He's the first guy to know it. Take a look here and watch Ensberg. Here he comes. If the throw is down, Ensberg, as he goes up to get it here, could decoy Chipper into staying put. But Chipper right on top of things, taking a look, seeing there was no way Ensberg could get that ball. He could easily get to third. Now you got to have the infield in again. You got to bring in the reliever. That was a mental mistake on the part of Berkman.
Mike Gallo coming in, firing a strike on Adam Laroche, who's cracked a grand slam today. Gallo very effective, 0-1 with a 2.66 ERA in 36 appearances.
Now you can see just 20 innings in all those appearances, so a lot of times he usually just comes in to get an out or two. Nobody's up and throwing as of yet down there for Houston.
Infield in close. Little bounding ball to first, not a contact play, and Lamb will tag out Adam Laroche here. With Chipper Jones holding his third, and they're 2 down.
Maybe in the past, yeah, it would have been a contact play. Anything hit, Bobby Cox would have sent Chipper, but you know, he just now got him back to being healthy. All kinds of problems with that left foot. No way you could send him out.
So Francoeur will be put on here. They'll intentionally walk Jeff Francoeur. That'll put runners at first and third, 2 down. With Langerhans, another lefty in the on-deck area to bat next. Brandon Backy goes only 4 1/3, giving up 5 runs on 5 hits, and after a very impressive first inning, he threw only a half dozen pitches and got them 1, 2, 3. It was downhill after that.
You know what, though? I think they complicated things for the young right-hander. We talked about it. A man on first. All of a sudden, they decide to go to the pitch out. It didn't work. It ran the count to 2-1 on Chipper. He lost him. He hit Andrews, and then Laroche lost the baseball. You go back to that 1-1 pitch, they might have liked to have seen Backy challenge Chipper there and take your chances.
Backy with 3 walks. And you mentioned a hit batsman, Andrew Jones.
I mean, you had 2 outs. You had 2 outs and a runner at first base. I question that pitch out.
Langerhans has walked and also flied to center. 5-0 Atlanta. They've scored once here in the 5th inning, looking for some more. And it's inside. That hit him. Another hit batsman. It just grazed him. But Langerhans is on now. That will fill up the bases. That's exactly what happened in the 3rd inning when Andrew Jones got hit to load them up for Laroche.
You're wondering if it's not going to be the same story. Let's go back. There's the pitch out. There were 2 outs, a man on first, and a 1-1 count. They were wrong. Now all of a sudden Backy backs himself into a hole. The walk to Chipper. He hits Andrew, and then here he tried to get the fastball in. He missed. And rather than giving up, say, 1 run with Chipper Jones hitting a double, they give up 4.
Here's Mcann. inside. He has grounded to third and struck out 0 for 2 today. The bases are filled up again for the Braves. They can turn this one into a laugher if Mcann does what Laroche did back in the 3rd inning, knock it over the fence. Mcann had the big home run in game 2 in support of John Smoltz. Softly hit to the second baseman Biggio, and the side is retired. Gallo gets out of it. We're going to be talking with John Smoltz when we come back to Minute Maid Park in Houston. His Braves on top 5-0 in game 4. Great to have John Smoltz with us, the hero of game 2 for the Atlanta Braves. Well, Smoltz, it's been said so many times before, you're a postseason hero, but how about the rest of this postseason? What's your availability for game 5?
We're going to have to play by ear. Circumstances are going to warrant day by day. I hate that day by day stuff, but that's the predicament we're in, and right now it looks pretty good. They were, if we could take this into game 5, there's going to be a lot of people ready for game 5.
Johnny, with Tim Hudson on the mound today, he looks completely different than he did in game 1. What's the difference?
Well, the biggest thing is he's a lot calmer with his mechanics. He was a little bit too geeked up for game 1, and I think when you're pitching game 1s, it is probably the biggest game of the series for your team, and he probably wished he could have started all over. And he looks like the Tim Hudson of old. He's making pitches. He's getting the ball down. When you're facing this many right-handed hitters, you've got to get the ball in the area that can do damage. And unfortunately, we hadn't pitched their hitters too well up until this point.
Supposed to just about 10 seconds left. Have you come down from beating Clemens the other night? I know it was a great thrill for you.
Yeah, but still a lot of work to do. It only matters if you go on.
John, thanks so much for joining us.
All right, thank you.
John Smoltz sounding pretty confident about a game 5 for Atlanta back at Turner Field.
I think he feels confident that it will go to a game 5 because of the way that Hudson's throwing. But I'm telling you what, when John Smoltz was not selected to pitch game 1, he's never lost a game 1 in the postseason. You knew that was Bobby Cox's first choice, and I got to look at him before the game. There is a lot of bleeding that has gone on underneath that right arm and in his back. He's not going to be able to pitch.
You don't think he will?
No.
Lamb with a base hit. If there's any way physically he can do it, he will.
And if there was anything he could do physically, he would have been in the bullpen today. But he didn't want me to see it. I saw it. I mean, it's almost like, how when you tear a hamstring and it kind of atrophies, you see how it gets real dark and purple. That's what the whole side of his whole right side looks like right now. There's nothing as a trainer or a doctor you can do about that. It needs to heal.
Lane steps in and takes a strike. So you don't think there's any way that John Smoltz pitches a 5th game if necessary if it goes to game 5?
I don't think physically it would be possible for him to do that. And talking to him before the game, he doesn't even know how it happened. I mean, he started to kind of pace himself down the stretch. No one, like the good players do, you're going to play into October. And what you mean by that is instead of, going out there for that 7th inning and your pitch count was up and you struggled, you just come out after 6. You give yourself a little leeway to be strong in the postseason. John Smoltz knows that better than anybody. But all of a sudden, it just flared up. It continued to get worse, and then it just exploded on him after game 2.
It's going to be fascinating to see how they handle that, how Bobby Cox and Leo Mazzoni and Smoltz handle it. Lane 0 for 1 today. The Astros, meanwhile, have been held at just 2 hits at the hand of Tim Hudson.
Well, that was a good move on the part of Bobby Cox. Smoltz being honest with him that he wasn't going to be healthy enough to pitch game 1 and come back for 3. They knew that, with Hudson being healthy, he would be able to do that. A great move on the part of Bobby Cox, although it be a tough one.
Ground ball toward third, right to short for Paul to Giles. Down 1, no double play. But they do get Lamb at second base. Lane becomes the runner at first, and again Hudson staying down with his pitches very well.
We've seen this for a long time from the 30-year-old right-hander. He's always had the ability to make 1 pitch and get 2 outs. Look at the movement. Look at where the location is. As opposed to being in the top of the K zone as it was in game 1, everything now is down. Take a look at him starting it off the outside corner. You get a little help there from Lane trying to pull the baseball. Almost a double play, but the double play now still in order.
Adam Everett trying to stay out of that. He takes a strike. 0 for 1. He's flied out to the right fielder in foul territory. 5 runs on 5 hits for the Braves, including that grand slam by Adam Laroche. Nothing across, just 2 hits for Houston. And so this great big crowd of over 43,000, which came to roar and cheer the Astros into the National League Championship Series, has been forced to sit on its hands. He was screaming here last night in the Astros 7-3 win. They have been silenced so far. Line shot, fair ball. That one gets by Chipper Jones and down the line. It bounces against the side fence. Lane has to pull up and into second. And so for the first time today against Hudson, the Astros have more than 1 hit in a given inning. They're 2 on with 1 out in the 5th.
Everett just continues to get better offensively. He can do so much on the defensive end of it. What I love about this play right here is the maturity on the part of Rafael Furcal. There's a ball hit down the line. It comes off the fence. You see everybody hustling to get to it. But Furcal, knowing about that wall down there, taking off to help just in case he was needed.
Ausmus now 0 for 1. He is grounded out to first base. And he takes outside for ball 1. Now, asked before game 1 who his hottest hitter was coming into the playoffs, Phil Garner was a little surprising. He said it's Brad Ausmus.
Almost 290 since the break.
He loves 301 in July, 310 in August. Yeah.
Loves the ball middle in.
Outside, now 2-0.
Hudson being so careful there, it's almost like he's saying, all right, you know, I'll pitch around him. The pitcher's coming up next. I'm sorry, but Mike Gallo's not going to hit. Hudson might have put himself in a hole there all those years in the American League. He might have forgotten what's going on here because now the crowd's loud. Ausmus looking middle in. He's got to make a pitch.
Checked his swing. 3-0. One more like that, and they'll all be loaded up. With pitcher Gallo in the on-deck circle for now. That's a strike. 3-1 on Ausmus. Ausmus stayed hot in his second half into game 1 with a double and a single and a couple of runs scored in the opener in Atlanta. 255 during the season with men in scoring position. Ground ball up the middle. That'll squeak through for a base hit. Lane into third, stops there as Andrew Jones charged it, and they're all loaded up for the Astros.
Really a good approach here on the part of Ausmus, not getting himself out, trying to pull out the ball out of the park. Hudson still with great late movement. Look at the location. It was down, outer half of the plate. It had that late sink to it. Not trying to pull it. Takes it right back up the middle. I know Andrew Jones got a great jump on this. He's got a great arm. But that is a horrible jump there on the part of Jason Lane. With with 1 out right there and the ball going back up the middle. The ball was hit on the ground. He knew right there that he could have taken off. He didn't get a real good jump. He had to be held up.
It was an interesting decision before the game by Phil Garner not to start Orlando Palmeiro, given his numbers against Tim Hudson. Well, he's going to hit now with 1 out and the bases loaded. Palmeiro coming off the bench, but he has a lot of at-bats against Hudson, 30 of them, and he has 12 hits. It's a batting average of 400.
With the Angels, Hudson, of course, with Oakland, they've seen a lot of each other.
All filled up, 1 down. And he takes down low for ball 1. The Astros with 3 singles here in the 5th. And for the first time today since the opening lineups were introduced, it is getting loud at Minute Maid. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I think that's good hitting right there. Even though it was a good pitch to hit, you just kind of take a look at it, make him work a little bit longer. You've already got Bobby Cox thinking about that bullpen. You've seen a lot of him. You mentioned all the at-bats.
Fly ball to center field, backing up Andrew Jones a tad. Playing the tag up, and here he comes. And the Astros get on the scoreboard for the first time today on the sacrifice of the RBI by Palmeiro to make it 5-1. And now they turn to the old guy, Craig Biggio, who is 0 for 2 today. Runners on the corners. Houston trying to get at least one more run out of this. He's had a hot bat in the series. First ball swinging, busts the bat, loop to left. Langerhans coming in. He's got it. And the side is retired. The Astros settle for the 1 against Tim Hudson, but he gives up 3 hits. Atlanta's lead has been cut to 4. Could have been a lot worse for Hudson.
Log on to MLB.com to follow baseball live on the web with MLB.com's real-time stats, game day audio, and MLB.tv. MLB.com, where baseball is always on.
Tonight, Major League Baseball's Division Series continues on Fox. It'll be Game 4. If the weather holds up, it'll be the Angels and the Yankees. Yankees facing elimination. Washburn against Chacon at 7:30 Eastern Time. Same scenario here with the Atlanta Braves, but they're in pretty good shape with a 5-1 lead in Game 4. Down 1 game in the series. As Tim Hudson leads off, he'll be followed by Furcal and then Giles as we are on to the 6th here in Houston.
Springer's really kind of been the glue down there. Garner saying before the game how he's the veteran that kind of keeps all of those kids together, keeps everybody focused, pulling on the same side of the rope and prepared.
Nice pitch for both of these franchises. He throws that one by everybody. 1 ball, 1 strike on Hudson. Brandon Backey started today for the Astros. He pitched into the 5th inning, but no longer than that. 4 1/3, giving up the 5 runs the Braves have. The big blow, the Adam Laroche grand slam in the 3rd inning. Outside, 2-1. Atlanta looking to force the 5th and deciding game Monday night at Turner Field in Atlanta. That one dipped away. Now 3-1. Chipper Jones would be the number 4 hitter in the inning. If Hudson and Furcal and Giles reach in front of him, here comes the 3-1 pitch. Rocketed sharply in a fair ball. That's touched by a fan. And so Hudson will trot into second base with an automatic double. Let's go to Aaron Andrews down on the field.
Well, Dave, Sutton and I just returned from the White Sox-Red Sox series, and throughout that entire series, we got a chance to listen to Chicago manager Ozzie Guillen talk about how much he absolutely respects and looks up to Atlanta's manager Bobby Cox. He says he loves the way he controls his clubhouse, the way he demands nothing but a blue-collar work ethic. He talked a lot about how Bobby Cox manages his superstars. He doesn't treat him like a superstar. You be there, you're there on time, you work hard for me, and that's what I expect. And you said you know so many managers and players that respect Bobby Cox in that manner.
Aaron, no question about that. And you know, people wonder, like, what happens with the Atlanta Braves when they get into the postseason. Garner's arguing right here that if the fan had not touched the ball, there was no way that Hudson could have gotten to second base. It is in the judgment of the umpire. They can rule that he would have to go back to first base here. Garner's not going to win this argument right now. Cedarstrom pointing down the line saying, hey, it was your fan that did it anyway. But we saw the ball hit like this on the part of Adam Everett. And Jason Lane could not get from first base to third base. Everett didn't get a double on that ball. And because the fan reached, I agree. I think Hudson should be at first base. Ensberg tried to argue as well, but to no avail.
Well, I think you're right, too, because initially I thought that ball was for sure going to skip up into the stands, but it looked like, given the angle, it was not. Brought down by Furcal. He is out at first and shooting into third, Tim Hudson. It looked like the angle it took off the wall, it was going to ricochet back into left field.
I like the angle that Furcal took on that bunt. You got to get a man to third base. We'll pull the third baseman off the bag. Look at it. Catching the ball on the end of the bat. Ensberg has to come get it. Hudson with a clear shot, and you can add to that lead.
So now the infield forced to come in with one down, a runner at third for the Braves. Giles trying to pick up the RBI. He has scored. He's also singled. The Braves on top 5-1 in the 6th. And facing old friend Russ Springer here, the 1-0 pitch. It was inside, 2-0. Slicer, but foul out of play. Chipper Jones waiting on deck. Then Andrew Jones, but the star this day so far has not been those two all-stars, but it's been Adam Laroche along with Tim Hudson. Laroche with a 415-foot grand slam to right center field in the 3rd inning. 3 balls, 1 strike on Giles.
I don't think the worst thing in the world would be to walk Giles here if it weren't for the fact that Chipper's in the on-deck circle. You walk him, you set up the double play, but it's Chipper Jones.
The 3-1. Went after it, fouled it right back to the net.
That's when you know a guy's got a good big league fastball. You got a good fastball hitter. You got a hitter's count. He has to throw a strike. He knows what's coming, and he doesn't put it in play. Springer's still blessed with a good arm.
The 3-2. Breaking ball up high. He walked him. So he does indeed put him on 1st and 3rd here. And Chipper Jones striding up to hit.
Just to finish the thought there, Dave, on Aaron. When I talk to a lot of the managers around the league, they say that over the course of 162 games, Bobby Cox will win 10 games by himself. He will outmanage the other guy, whether it be putting on a sacrifice bunt there on the part of Furcal, whether it be putting on the hit and run, pitching out the right time, or not pitching out at the right time. He'll make the difference in 10 games. And when you look at 10 games in the National League East this year, Atlanta would have gone from 1st to last.
That's right. They only won the division by 2 over the Phillies. He came surging down the stretch. Here's Chipper now. He has walked, doubled, and lined out to right. Goes after the first one. Strike 1.
Bobby's not really a fan of the 5-game series, and I think because of it being a short series, I think it hurts him a little bit. You look at the numbers back since 1991. Remember when Bobby Cox in '90 was the general manager of the Braves? Remember the controversial 1st-round pick that he okayed to make? They didn't like it, the fans in Atlanta. I think they like it now. He's standing at home plate.
Ground ball toward the middle. Biggio over to Everett Vaughn on the first double play. Although they don't like that result too much. 4-6-3 in a double play to end the inning. Braves still up 5-1 in the middle of the 6th in Houston. Major League Baseball's presentation of the National League Division Series is brought to you by Budweiser. We welcome you back to Baseball Inside Minute Maid Park in Houston, with the Astros leading 2-1, but trailing here in Game 6 5-1 to the Braves, who try and live to play another day. It would be another night on Monday back in the Braves home building in Atlanta. Taveras is 0 for 2. He's grounded out and flied to left. The rookie will be followed by Lance Berkman and then Morgan Ensberg. He chased Tim Hudson a little bit with 3 singles and a run in the 5th. That's a cross for strike on Taveras.
They talk about big at bats. I think this is the biggest at bat of the game right now for Houston. Taveras right now, after a long inning in the bottom of the 5th for Hudson, he has got to get on.
Taveras, one of the top candidates for Rookie of the Year in the National League. He may well have battled for that honor in the American League this past season with the resurgent Indians. He was in the Cleveland organization until the end of last year's spring training when the Astros acquired him. He looks at a strike. He cracked the Houston starting lineup this year in the spring and led the majors with 70 infield hits. Hit his first major league home run against Atlanta. Ground ball in the middle. Scooped up for calls. Terrific arm. Just got him at first base. An outstanding play by Rafael Furcal to gun down one of the fastest men in baseball.
I don't know if anybody else can make that play. First of all, you got to get there. Second of all, you got to make the exchange. And then you've got a guy that gets down the line from the right side at 3.8 seconds. You have got to get a lot on that throw. It's got to be accurate. Furcal has been doing that all year long. Tim Hudson has got to love that. After the long inning, the tough at bat there, you got Berkman and Ensberg coming up. He's still in the windup because of his shortstop.
Berkman 0 for 2. He is grounded out to third and struck out today.
His stock just went up even more. You know, there's a lot of people watching that.
And for Call to be a free agent at the end of the season.
I got a feeling he's going to be one of those, though, that Atlanta's going to bring back and hold on to for a long time. They've let a lot of them go.
Line shot center field. Andrew Jones backing up, though, for the catch. 2 down.
There's one of them that they were able to hang on to. Andrew, of course, with Chipper, and of course with Smoltz. But when you look at the decisions that the front office for Atlanta, Dave, has made over the last year, I mean, you know, Maddox is gone, Glavin's gone, Millwood's gone, Sheffield's gone, J.D. Drew, Javi. You know, it's almost like, I mean, sure, these guys go on and they still do some things, but they've always been able to come back and replace that guy. They got Francoeur. Yeah, he's going to be out there in right field for a long time.
In there for a strike on Ensberg. He has struck out in line to center.
You know, you look at J.D. Drew's year this year, Atlanta was right. The Dodgers were wrong. Javi Lopez got hurt this year. Out there in right field with Sheffield and J.D. Drew, the numbers they put up, unbelievable. That kid's going to continue to put up. Now, maybe not like that for a while, but maybe someday. I mean, there were 3 RBIs in Game 4 last year for Laroche, 4 already today in Game 4. He's a postseason proven type guy.
Langerhans, another youngster, taking up residence in left field. Treasure Francoeur and Mcann as well, the other baby Braves who have made such an impact this year. As you point out, I mean, the timing on cutting loose certain players near the ends of their careers when others thought they weren't near the ends of their career by John Schuerholz and Bobby Cox, nothing short of brilliant.
They might have had a year left or 2 years left, but the Braves don't pay a guy just to hang on. They don't give him a year on that contract too many. They go the other route. I think that's one of the biggest reasons they contend every year, along with Bobby Cox.
The 3-1 to Ensberg is popped up on the infield. Chipper Jones has it in on the grass. 1-2-3 go the Astros, and due up for Atlanta going to the 7th. Trying to work on a 5-1 lead. Andrew Jones, Adam Laroche, and Jeff Francoeur.
Log on to MLB.com to follow baseball live on the web with MLB.com's real-time stats, game day audio, and MLB.tv. MLB.com, where baseball is always on.
About to begin the 7th inning here in Houston with the Braves leading the Houston Astros 5-1. Rick Sutcliffe, Dave O'Brien, and Aaron Andrews bringing you Game 4 of this division series. Andrew Jones has been a part of it today with a double. He was also hit by a pitch and scored a run in the 3rd. And drove in a run with a sacrifice fly in the 5th.
You made the comment, they're not the big heroes today, Chipper or Andrew, but there's a saying in baseball for the offenses to keep the line moving. And in both of the innings in which they scored, these guys, those 2 guys, were both able to do it.
Off the outside corner on Andrew Jones, Adam Laroche has belted a grand slam today. That occurred in the 3rd inning off of Brandon Backey. Really silenced a big crowd of 43,000. And Francoeur will be the number 3 hitter in the inning. Fouled away, and a mighty cut by Andrew Jones.
He made up for it in the 3rd inning. That grand slam homer there. You think about his at bat in the 2nd inning, though. After Andrew had hit a double, he struck out. He wasn't able to advance the runner. But somebody said something in that dugout about, kid, you know, keep it up. You're going to get another chance. He got it, and he was prepared.
2-1 hit off the end of the bat, foul and out of play. When you talk about Bobby Cox and his ability to work with young hitters, guys like Kelly Johnson, who started out his major league career 1 for 30 before finally getting a hit. Johnson says, you know, he acted as if I were hitting 900 all during that time. So kid, just go out there and making quality outs. You're hitting the ball right on the button. That's the essence of Bobby Cox. The 2-2 foul back.
You know, one of the things that when I talk to opposing managers and players, I remember Trevor Hoffman was the one that brought it to my attention about Bobby Cox still wearing the nails. I mean,
spikes, yeah.
with all, I mean, his playing career was cut short because of his knees. You know that he'd love to have a nice little cushion tennis shoe on. He said, if my players are going to wear them and out there and compete, I'm going to do the same thing. I love that.
It's an old ball player for you. Inside under the hands of the MVP candidate.
I think we both agree that Albert Pujols is the winner. But this kid just said hop on. Over 50 home runs. That hadn't been done in a while. These home runs these days, to me, they count. They're legit.
3-2 chased one there and fouled it away. 94-mile-an-hour fastball from Springer. 51 home runs during the regular season, a career high on the Braves franchise record. So he changed his batting stance pretty significantly.
You know, and only 2 other players in the history of the National League as a center fielder have hit that many home runs. Hack Wilson and Willie Mays did it a couple times.
Fouled away. Andrew Jones with a batting cage back home in Atlanta in the backyard. He would often invite teammates like Rafael Furcal and Wilson Betterman and others to swing in that cage.
He's changed a little bit, hasn't he? I remember Greg Maddux said probably 5 or 6 years ago, he said he's always had the talent to be a baseball player, but now he wants to be one, which means that he gets at the park at 2:30, 3 o'clock working on whatever it is that he needs to work on.
3-2 high fly ball going deep to left field. Berkman backing up all the way to the wall and racing into Tavares, and he caught the ball. Tavares came out of nowhere to save Berkman. Sprinting down into that corner, almost disappearing from view beneath that overhang in left center field, about 362 feet from the plate.
It's I mean, he didn't know where he was at. He wanted nothing to do with that wall. There's no way Berkman would have made that play. And Dave, I agree with you. Tavares, he could see that all the way. He had a long ways to go, a lot further to get there, but that's a nice play.
Standing play for out number 1. That brings up Adam Laroche.
Should have been an easy play for a left fielder, but Berkman, he's just, I mean, that knee's, he can't run.
He is really struggling out there, and he has several times had to make long sprints to the ball. Line shot and a base hit by Laroche, who was locked in today. A single along with his grand slam to make him 2 for 4. So here in the 7th inning, things going quite well for Atlanta. Game 4 of the division series. They need to win to force a game 5. The Braves and the Astros. Houston leading 2-1. Rick Sutcliffe, Dave O'Brien, Aaron Andrews joining you. And across town, the Texans involved in a football game today. It's a very busy sports landscape. They're taking on Tennessee in an NFL contest as it's up and away ball 1 on Frank Gore.
Not going to be anybody go away here, though, because if the bullpen for Houston can hold down the Atlanta Braves have had a lot of problems with their bullpen. I like what Farnsworth has done at the end of it. What an acquisition that was. But you know, Kolb was supposed to be their closer. That didn't work out. Reachma has struggled, more blown saves than anybody in the National League. And you know what? You can't figure that Tim Hudson's going to have a complete game today. That would be asking, I think, too much.
Hudson has allowed only 4 hits today. Tim Hudson on 3 days rest, but Bobby Cox has to be nervous about going to his bullpen the way his bullpen has underperformed in this series. It was not a great bullpen coming into the postseason. Certainly good enough to get the 90 wins. But in this series, the Atlanta bullpen ERA is 12.80. And the teams are hitting, the Houston Astros hitting 3.85 against the Braves in their bullpen in the series.
It's been the same story all year long. The numbers haven't been that bad, but they have been bad.
In for a strike on Francoeur, was popped out, flied out, and taken ball 4. And for Jeff Francoeur, a very long at bat here.
Took a long time before he got his first walk, too.
131 plate appearances. And that was an intentional walk, fouled back by Francoeur. Now 3-2.
Someone said that this kid here makes Vladimir Guerrero look disciplined. I love watching him play. You know, he reminds me of Andre Dawson out there in right field.
His arm sure does, huh?
His arm and the way it's almost like when you hit a ball to him defensively, it's like you offended him. It's like he attacks it. Like, what in the world were you thinking?
Laroche with a short lead, not running. Line drive and a base hit down in the corner. Should go for extra bases. It quickly gets to the fence. Laroche into third. Trotting into second with a stand-up double. Now here comes Laroche. He's trying to score. The throw to the plate skips the tag. He is out at home. The Braves took a gamble, and it backfires in Houston. Francoeur down to third, but does not pick up an RBI because Laroche is nailed at the plate on a terrific relay, and Ausmus able to scoop and tag for the out at home.
An outstanding job on the part of Ausmus. I agree. That's a difficult throw to handle with that glove and the mask on. Very few catchers make that play, but Laroche is the problem. Look at that. That's not a guy. You got a third base coach that makes that decision. You're not supposed to look at the baseball. Him hesitating for that split second, he's going to get a rear end. I don't care if he did hit a grand slam. He's going to get aired out for not running the bases harder than that and letting Freddie Gonzalez coach third.
Well, it certainly looked like he was medium speed. In there for a strike on Langerhans. A runner at third, but 2 down and no runs scored, at least not yet in this inning. That was a brilliant defensive play by Ausmus. Getting down low to scoop out the throw and putting the tag on Laroche. So it remains 5-1 Atlanta. And they are so confident, the pitching staff and his coaching staff, with Ausmus behind the plate. He's caught more games than anyone in Astros history. Swinging a high pop up into right. Lane creeping in, and he is there to make the catch. Very frustrating inning for the Atlanta Braves. A double, a single, but they fail to score, and they lose a runner at the dish. 5-1 Atlanta. National League Division Series game number 4. And how about the relays? Berkman picked it up right off the chalk from deep in the corner. He's had a very busy day out there. The relay throw to the plate is handled as deftly as you can by the former Gold Glover Ausmus to get Laroche. But frankly, we were stunned Laroche hadn't already crossed the plate and would have been on his way to the dugout.
Well, as your third base coach, you're not supposed to have to watch the runner. Right here, look at Freddie Gonzalez. His eyes are down the left field line watching what happens with the baseball. He's already seen Berkman miss one cutoff man today. That's when he decided right there, when he saw the ball kind of floating in the air, not on the line, he said, let's go, you can score. Well, you know what? The reason we're all sitting up here watching, we saw that Laroche wasn't hustling. Freddie Gonzalez can't watch that. That's not his job to watch the base runner. The base runner is supposed to hustle all the time. If he's hustling, I think that was a good call on the part of the third base coach. Instead, it doesn't work out. And I guarantee Laroche knows that he's the one that made Freddie Gonzalez look bad.
Freddie Gonzalez can't make him run any faster than that. That arm about popped out of the socket.
I'll never forget one time with the Cubs in 1984. Don Zimmer got a guy thrown out. It was like the first out or something like that. And when he came off the field, Zim yanked his uniform top up and threw it at the player. He said, you know what? I don't even need to be out there if you're not going to hustle. If you don't hustle, I look bad. Here, just take my uniform. Well, that's probably the way Freddie Gonzalez feels right now.
So the Braves very disappointed with the result of that play, certainly, but they do have a 5-1 lead into the bottom of the 7th inning. And Mike Lamb, a perfect 2 for 2 today, leading off against Hudson. But Hudson has stalled everybody else. He's only allowed 4 hits. He's done this on 3 days rest, which in the playoffs has worked out quite poorly for Tim Hudson, but not today. He's been outstanding. Lamb tried to hold up, but he went. And the count 0-2.
You know, knowing what went through Laroche's mind on that play, Dave, just to touch on it and then be done with it, he just assumed he was going to be holed up.
Sure.
You know, he wasn't trying to do anything wrong. He just figured, you know, the ball's in front of me. You know, he's not going to send me here. You can't assume that. You have to. You just run the bases. You got to let the third base coach do the coaching. But the thing about it for Gonzalez, he thought of all those things before the play happened. You're at the bottom part of the lineup. If all of a sudden now they just stay at second and third, you probably would walk the 7th guy, and then you got the 8th and 9th guy. You're not going to pinch hit for Hudson. But Gonzalez said, you know what, if I'm going to score this run, my best shot's doing it right now.
Well, I guarantee he's thought about all those things. Freddie Gonzalez, terrific baseball man. Swinging a drive, center field. Andrew Jones on his horse, racing back, makes the adjustment, backpedals and falls down to the warning track. But a circus catch indeed for the 7-time Gold Glover. Lamb stings another one, but Andrew Jones all grins on the seat of his pants. He tumbles over, but he held on to the baseball. And they're all loving it in the Atlanta dugout.
Well, it's because he's normally so smooth with everything that he does. Even he's going to laugh about it. Take a look at him out there in center field. Look where he's at. All right, he's kind of shallow. He's over in left center. There's the baseball. But one thing Andrew Jones does is take great routes to the ball. His feet, he kind of caught a spike there like Roy Oswalt did last night before that pitch. But if you look at the angles that he takes, I mean, no one does it better.
Little looper, he will not get to this one. It falls in for a single. Jason Lane on with a gentle base hit to center field. So he's aboard with 1 down in the 7th, and again only the 5th hit off Hudson today.
Yeah, but you get a little bit worried about Hudson here because they're starting to put air underneath it. He's not getting the ground balls that he did earlier in the game.
Let's take a look at the Yellow Book pitching summary. Hudson still out there, 6 1/3 so far, 80 pitches. Backey was done after 4 1/3 and 5 earned runs. A native of Galveston, Texas. It was not his day to be pitching at home.
Well, they don't have a bracket there for pitch outs. Backey had a pitch out that may have cost him all 4 of those runs to begin with. Hudson has not pitched out as of yet.
Adam Everett now 1 for 2 with a single. He was the man who took the relay throw from Berkman down the left field line and gunned it to Ausmus. Backey still remaining inside that dugout. Let's see, where's the warm-up jacket here, getting into the late stages, bottom of the 7th. Braves trying to force a game 5. Ground ball right to Furcal. To Giles, that's 1 and a double play. 6-4-3. Side retired. We go on to the 8th inning. Furcal will hit number 3. We come back. Atlanta on top 5-1 here in the 8th inning. And tonight, Major League Baseball's Division Series continues on Fox as the Yankees try and stay alive against the Angels. That's game 4. Washburn against Chacon. And A-Rod against Vlad Guerrero. It's 7:30 tonight on Fox.
White Sox got to be licking their chops on that rain out. If it goes to a game 5, which obviously the Angels hope that it does not, they would not get into Chicago till almost early Tuesday morning for that Tuesday night game.
Wandy Rodriguez is part of a double switch here for Phil Gardner. Comes on to pitch, the left-hander facing Brian Mcann. He swings and stings one deep down the right field line. Fair, and it's gone, and it is both. It's a home run for Brian Mcann. And the big 3-run shot off Roger Clemens in game 2. And here in Houston, he follows up with a wicked drive into the corner to make it 6-1.
As a pitcher, a lot of times all you got to do is look at the catcher's glove. If he starts to move it, you got to figure that you're in trouble. You missed your location. But credit also has to go to the hitter for not missing it. Take a look at where Ausmus is, out over the plate, got the glove down. You hit that spot, you're in pretty good shape. Look at him reaching back across the heart of the plate. Gone.
So Hudson comes on to hit for himself. He's done a very good job doing that today with a single and a double. But his story has been on the mound, where he has allowed just 1 run and 5 hits in 7 innings on 3 days rest. For a call up after the pitcher, and that's dropped in for strike. Pretty leisurely down there in that Atlanta bullpen, huh? The way Hudson's going.
Well, what option do you have? I mean, you don't have Farnsworth. You're not going to get him up and bring him in for a couple of innings. And right now, you can't trust really anybody else down there if you're Atlanta.
Brian Mcann, a kid from Athens, Georgia. Aaron Andrews, he connects again for his second home run in the series.
He certainly did. And Brian Mcann getting a lot of flack after game 2, of course, when he hit that home run off for Roger Clemens. He said in the post-game interview it was the moment of his career, the best thing that's ever happened to him, and it was really neat. Yes, he used that word. Even the next day, he was on the Dan Patrick radio show. Dan Patrick played that interview for him. He said he was so embarrassed. He looked at me today in the clubhouse and said, I cannot believe I said that. I will never say that again.
Heck, he's 21. He can get away with neat or wicked cool.
How about that? I mean, only 40 games over A-ball from McCann.
Recall pops this one up foul territory. And it'll be out of play.
About what they did back in 2002. Francoeur was their #1 pick. Their #2 pick, that kid right there.
And McCann and Francoeur roommates and the closest of friends. Actually played some amateur ball together back in their high school days in Duluth, Georgia. Call with a big swing and a miss.
Bobby Cox, you know, I still don't even think he gets enough credit for all that he has done, but he makes sure and mention the minor league coaching system. He said when these guys get here, they know how to play the game and they know how to play to win. And you know what, rather than him having to develop those attitudes and fundamentals at this big league level, he says they're already in place when I get them.
Rodriguez with a 2-2 pitch to Furcal up there on the right side, and it's outside to fill up the count. Giles, the next batter, due up. Atlanta with a 6-1 lead. The Braves getting 4 in the 3rd inning on a grand slam by Laroche. High fly left center. Berkman and Tavares moving over, and Berkman will take it. 2 down. You talk about that partnership, which has been so stunningly successful. John Schuerholz and Bobby Cox together for all these years, for 15 seasons and 14 straight division titles. The Magic season was 91 when they went from worst to first and almost won the World Series that year.
John Schuerholz talks about retooling effectively. The money, the payroll has gone down consistently every year for Atlanta, but somehow they have still continued to win. You know, I look at that. You know what else I think of? I think of the Kansas City Royals. Schuerholz did the same thing there.
Sure did.
He developed a system to where when they would draft these young pitchers, there were pitching coaches in place that knew how to teach. They could teach these guys how to improve and get to the big leagues. That's what he has done here in Atlanta. And when you look at what's happened to the Kansas City Royals, Dave, since he left, maybe that was the guy they should have held on to.
There's such a high regard for each other. Whenever you talk to John Schuerholz about Bobby Cox and Bobby Cox about his general manager.
Yeah, I love the fact neither one of them really ask for a whole lot of credit for anything that's happened. They do that. I mean, Bobby will talk about his minor league coaches and what they've done. You know, Schuerholz will talk about the job that Bobby has done. They keep getting it done.
Giles strikes out, but McCann goes yard for the 2nd time in the series on behalf of Bobby Cox, who has a 6-1 lead in the 8th. Bottom 8 as the Astros start to run out of opportunities here. They're down 5 to Tim Hudson, who's been outstanding, allowing just 1 run and 5 hits. Ausmus to lead things off as he takes up high for a ball. He has singled and also grounded out today. He has been an excellent receiver throughout his career. Offense usually an added bonus for him, but swinging a very good bat coming into postseason play for Phil Garner, and he takes outside. Now the St. Louis Cardinals await the winner of this one. John Franco, incidentally, I should say, Julio Franco taken over at first base. Julio Franco at 47, getting a chance to get into the contest late and get his bat in there. It's a guy you saw very early in his career. I mean, about as early as it gets.
Saw him as a 150-pound shortstop back in 1983. Finished 3rd in the Rookie of the Year. Always a kid that could hit. And, you know, it seems like the tougher the position, the better the hitter he was.
He was a kid at one point.
skinny little kid. He turned into a man now. Still playing in postseason history. What, the oldest position player ever?
He can still hit 275 during the regular season. Now 3-2. Big groan there from the crowd. So see the file on Franco.
Just, you know, another shortstop from the Dominican Republic. I mean, he was one of them 20 years ago, and they keep coming.
Hard to believe, given his physique, he actually played shortstop at one point. The out pitch is down and away for ball 4 on Osmus. A promising start for the Astros as they begin the bottom of the 8th inning. Fans, join Major League Baseball in our efforts to rebuild the Gulf Coast. Support Habitat for Humanity by calling 1-800-HABITAT, logging on to MLB.com or habitat.org.
Well, you can really feel that down here too, can't you, with the people at the airport that were all affected by the Gulf, and you know, everybody doing everything they can just to first of all get their hope back, and then after that get their homes and hopefully their jobs.
That's Farnsworth working in the bullpen now as Hudson walked the leadoff man here in the 8th to bring up Eric Bruntlett.
Well, he's on reserve right now, and Bobby Cox knew that. Farnsworth was up and throwing, as did Hudson when this inning began.
Craig Biggio up next. He's been among the hottest hitters in this series, although hitless today.
You talked about it earlier, Dave, about Hudson on short rest. He did it earlier in May. Well, you know what? You got 60 innings in your arm. That's one thing, getting it done there. It's another thing when you're closing in on 200 innings. All of the starts, the injury that he had this year as well.
Blue foul out of play.
I mean, they're not going to admit it, but I'll guarantee the St. Louis Cardinals are hoping that they face the Atlanta Braves. Smoltz is injured. Hampton's out. Thompson hadn't been the same. And now you do this to Tim Hudson this late in the year. I mean, when will he be able to pitch again, and how effective will he be? And I'm just saying there still could be a game 5. This game's not over with yet, but.
Well, Atlanta up by 5, trying to get there. Grounder to the middle. Down for call. Can't get out of the glove. Not in time. And a break for Houston. Nobody out. They have 2 on in the 8th. Burke, a nice rangy play, but once he scooped it, he had all sorts of issues freeing that baseball from the glove.
Yeah, he couldn't get it out. I was a little surprised he didn't go to first base with it. And, you know, maybe forgetting that even though Osmus is a catcher, he runs a lot better than most catchers do.
So Bruntlett with an infield hit. Here comes Bobby Cox. Tim Hudson with quite an effort today, working on short rest as he pitches into the 8th. And here comes Farnsworth. He will face the 39-year-old Craig Biggio in a moment. Hudson, outstanding effort, scatters 6 hits, but it's up to the beleaguered Atlanta bullpen from here on out in Game 4. Well, the fans in Houston want to scream and shout, and they want some more runs. They're down 5. Osmus safe at second. Watch the play, though.
Well, they catch a break right here. You can see the angle. Giles had to go towards the baseball to begin with, but when he got back, he could not find second base with his right foot. The throw actually would have beat Osmus. Take a look there. It was in his glove, but you could see Sam Holbrook, the second base umpire, motion that Giles was not on the bag. That was the reason that he called him safe. He says, you weren't on the bag, and he was right.
So Osmus at second, Bruntlett at first after the infield single, and Biggio is the hitter against Farnsworth, who comes out of the Atlanta bullpen. Biggio without a hit today, and look at his numbers against Farnsworth. 4 for 24 with 10 strikeouts.
There's a lot of people with numbers like that. This even though with Mr. Ryan in the house, this guy right here, I mean, he might throw as hard as anybody I've ever seen.
In there for strike 1. Biggio struck out in the first inning, again in the third, and flied out to left field in the 5th. All that against Tim Hudson. You get a look at the great Nolan Ryan, pretty laid back.
I wonder how hard Nolan would have thrown if he would have been a closer. Just had to go out there for 1 inning instead of 9.
He'd still be pitching. 2 on, nobody out. And you sense for Houston, this is their chance. If in fact they are going to rally and pull off a dramatic come from behind victory today, it's going to start right now with Biggio.
How about Mcann going out there? Look at how he covered his fingers with chalk. The reason for that, Farnsworth could not see his fingers, did not know the signs.
Into the dirt. Oftentimes you see when a pitcher has difficulty reading a catcher's signs, a catcher will tape his fingers with white tape individually, or maybe even nail polish.
I've seen that. Yeah, you see it in New York a lot too. I've seen it with Randy Johnson and Mussina having troubles picking up the signs.
Sharply hit, great scoop by Chipper Jones, out at third, across the diamond, long stretch, safe. Pulled him off the bag, and Franco could not hold it. So Chipper Jones gets just the one out on the forced play at third base.
Just Atlanta right here having trouble keeping their foot on the bag. Chipper does exactly what he needed to do there. It looked like the throw might have sailed on him a little bit, pulling Franco off. There it is. I mean, that's just what you wanted. A nice pick right there, and here he comes. He gets the inside part of the bag. Look at him looking down at it. There it is. Everything going in the direction of the throw, but it gets away from him. And all of a sudden his foot comes off. Eric Cooper, the first base umpire, along with Jose Cruz, signaling that he was off the bag. In their opinion,
boy,
I'm not sure.
It's a call you don't see very often when it is that close. It looked like that spike was still resting on the corner of the base.
They're catching some breaks right here. Defensively, Atlanta, they were the best team in the National League all year long, but a couple of mistakes here. Now you get to the heart of this order.
Well, they're going to lift Taveras and bring Luke Scott on to pinch hit. Just 188 during the regular season. Runners at first and second, one out, 6-1 Atlanta. Runner going to third, and it's mishandled by Mcann. All the way to the backstop. Both runners move up into scoring position. Second and third, only one man out.
That's where your advanced scouts, they earn every penny that they're paid. The report was that Farnsworth still is slow to home plate. He's got the big leg kick. If you get an opportunity to run, you need to run. There it is. They are off and running. There's the high leg kick. Mcann trying to come up with a miracle play by picking the ball out of the dirt, making the throw at the same time. Nothing he could do there. There it is down. Almost like a shortstop there, but with the wrong kind of glove. He did all that he could do there. They were going to be safe no matter what.
So Garner has them running.
In a different situation here, Dave, as you well know. Farnsworth perfect with saves for Atlanta in the regular season. There's a different type pressure right now.
Swung on and missed by Scott. Lance Berkman on deck.
You got to get strikes. And even then, with a guy throwing as hard as Farnsworth does, it's hard to do much with it. But that pitch up and out of the zone should have been a 2-0 count.
Going to be fascinating to see the matchup between Berkman and Farnsworth, because Berkman just eats him alive. Here's the 1-1 pitch down into the dirt. Last night, the Atlanta bullpen was ripped pretty good. 4 relievers used, 8 batters, 5 hits, 4 runs. And the walk was intentional as Houston won game 3 by a final score of 7-3. The winner of this series gets the St. Louis Cardinals on Wednesday in game 1 of the National League Championship. High twisting pop over third, down the line. Chipper Jones giving chase, can't make the play, and it skips up into the stands.
Well, they're just a toe or a finger short of having this inning over with. That's a tough angle down there. We've seen the angle out there in left center field. Here it is again. You don't know where you're at. Chipper was on that warning track for a long time. He knew that he was getting close to it. He just doesn't quite get himself in a position able to extend. Hudson knows how big it is. Everybody knows that Lance Berkman's in the on-deck circle, and Ensberg would hit after that. That's what's carried the Astros offensively. They need to get them both to home plate here.
2 on, 1 out. Check swing. 3-2 on Scott.
There's good swings, and then there's really good takes. There's a breaking ball that a guy that throws as hard as Farmer. A lot of people would have taken a swing at it. This is pretty good at bat. It's a good battle.
The payoff pitch. Breaking ball inside. Did he check? They appealed, and he did check the swing. Ball 4, and the bases are loaded.
He comes closer to swinging at this breaking ball than he did the others. But in the opinion of Joe Brinkman, the third base umpire, he did not chase the slider. There it is again. I mean, that's a gutsy pitch to try to throw in this spot when you know what's coming up after that. I mean, another 2 inches out in front. That's strike 3.
Looked like he held it.
Chipper could extend. Giles could find the bag. Franco could hang on. Guess what? Hang on to your seat.
Here's Berkman, 7 out of 11 in his career against Farnsworth, who tosses up and away for a ball 1. Now, 11 at bats is not much of a sample, but when you think about 7 hits and only 3 strikeouts, Berkman has a notion he's going to hit it hard against Kyle Farnsworth.
You wanted to know why the roof was closed?
Two 2-0. No place to put him. In for a strike, and it's 2-1 on Lance Berkman.
I don't think that's a bad take there. He had 2-0. He was looking middle in. Farnsworth painting that outside corner. I think Farnsworth right now has to come right back with another fastball in the strike zone. Berkman knows that as well. He hits a grand slam right now. If you're Atlanta, you still got the lead. You walk him, it changes.
Swing and a drive, left field. High, Langerhans turns, it's gone! Grand slam, Berkman!
The Braves haven't made an error yet this inning, but there were a lot of opportunities to get outs that they did not take advantage of. Berkman knew what was coming
and did not miss it. Lance Berkman with a grand slam in a game that has seen a grand slam for each team. And for Backey and the Astro fans, certainly worth waiting for here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Ensberg trying to tie it up with that swing. It is a 1-run game. The Braves lead is down to 6-5. Check swing, and it's outside. You have to look back at the at-bat by Luke Scott. There's a huge factor there as he worked ball 4, but Berkman's numbers against Farnsworth are now 8 for 12.
Well, I think, too, you got to look at the 3-2 breaking ball to Luke Scott, knowing what was coming up after that.
Swung on and missed. All even on Ensberg, 2-2.
Don't help him. I mean, Ensberg from the on-deck circle had the best look at the approach from Lance Berkman off of Farnsworth with all of his success. You've got to make him throw it in the strike zone. And when you do, just take a nice short swing. He's supplying the power.
2-2 popped him up, but foul. They'll twist out of play. 98 miles an hour on that fastball by Farnsworth, but he could not throw it hard enough to get it back. Berkman.
Look at that. He was trying to throw that one real hard. He missed, and he missed again. Now Berkman knows what's coming. He goes, all right, you want to go away? You know what? I'll go with you. He knew that a fastball was coming. The bases were loaded. He was not the tying run. You've got a challenge in there. You challenge Lance Berkman when he knows what's coming. He's going to hurt you.
Son, the 1-run game. Inside and all the way to the backstop. That one almost grazed Morgan Ensberg. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
There's just a different type of pressure in the postseason that if you haven't been there and experienced it, it's going to change you. Bobby Cox knows what's going on with Farnsworth. This is not the same guy that he saw during the regular season. Farnsworth needs to get it out here to get calmed down to where he can do what he's done the last 2 months.
Even Nolan needs some pep-go.
Well, when you get Nolan Ryan standing, you got something special.
Breaking ball in there for strike 3, and he got him looking. 2 down in the 8th.
That's not a hitter.
So take another look at the home run by Lance Berkman, a grand slam to bring the Astros to within 1.
Everybody will tell you that Berkman's their best hitter. They have been pitching around Berkman for the most part in this series to get to Ensberg. Ensberg has hurt him. There was no place to put Berkman there. You had to challenge him. He's such a smart hitter. He saw the fastball away 2-0. He looked fastball away again, and then Hudson had to look at that.
The Atlanta bullpen has been letting them down, certainly in the postseason. It is not a strength of this Braves club by any measure.
Hudson not shaking his head in my mind about the home run. He's shaking his head about all of the other things that led up to that.
There's Mike Lamb on the day, 2 for 3 with a couple of singles. There's the play at second base that Fricall dug out behind the bag, flipped to Giles, but Giles couldn't find second. Then the throw over to third from Chipper Jones after he tapped third base to get 1 out. He was thinking double play, but Franco, it was ruled, took his foot away from the base too soon, and that should have been an out. So the inning's still alive and kicking after Scott walked to load him up and Berkman cleared them all off.
But Dave, right now the Braves still with the lead. You can't forget that, and when you look at what's coming up for them in the top of the 9th, the heart of the order again, it's a big at bat.
Foul back to the net. And how about this? The situation against the Atlanta bullpen where Jeff Bagwell may have a chance to step in as a pinch hitter in the 9th inning, perhaps with the game on the line. You thought it was noisy when Berkman hit his. Bagwell with that ailing shoulder consigned to pinch hit duty in the playoffs, but he got a big RBI single the other day in Atlanta. Up high on Lamb. 2-2. Bases empty, 2 down, but 4 runs in for Houston. Lance Berkman with a grand slam earlier today. Adam Laroche hit a grand slam for the Braves.
Lamb hit a home run yesterday on a breaking ball, an off-speed pitch from Sosa.
Line drive down the line, but it is foul, just off the chalk.
He was sitting on that. Late on the fastball, as he did yesterday in the 3rd inning. He was looking breaking ball. The problem, he was just a little too quick on this one. Plus, it's a pretty good spot. Look at how low this pitch was. Down and in, not able to keep it fair. Julio Franco knew he couldn't get there. The umpires rotate. We're going to see another 2-2 pitch.
Fly ball to right field. Francoeur backing up, still backing up. Does he have room? He's there. He's got it. Lamb just missed tying it. But Berkman's grand slam has made this a ball game. Game 4 is on in Houston. Berkman, who absolutely owns Farnsworth, continues that ownership with a grand slam. And as we go to the 9th, the Braves' lead has been sliced to 1.
John Butchergross, Jeff Brantley. We have breaking news out of New York. Jared Washburn will not start tonight's Game 4 due to a throat infection. Instead, Jeff, it's John Lackey.
Lackey all year long has made big pitches just like he did in Game 2.
Angels, Yankees tonight. Angels win. They move on to the ALCS.
Ninth inning, Atlanta on top of Houston, but just by one now, 6-5 after the grand slam off the bat of Lance Berkman. Chad Qualls, the right-hander, coming out of the bullpen now for Garner.
What a great year. What a deep and outstanding bullpen they have had. 77 appearances, hard sinker slider type guy, just a big old power arm.
The Braves desperate for some breathing room, and they have the heart of the order up. Chipper Jones, Andrew Jones, and then Franco scheduled to hit.
And they need one. You know, we talked about keeping the line moving. Right now, Chipper needs to get the train back on track.
And if the Braves wind up losing today, it would be a monumental collapse. They did have a 6-1 lead.
Well, but it would be for the same reason that they've been collapsing all year long. The bullpen has just been their Achilles heel.
Qualls with a 2-1 to Chipper Jones, and he missed outside. A number of changes here defensively for Houston. Scott, after that fine at bat, stays in the game and left. Bruntlett is now the center fielder, moving from short. Jose Vizcaino, the veteran, takes over there at shortstop, with Berkman shifting over from left field to first base. The 3-1 to Chipper Jones. He lets it go across for a strike. Andrew Jones on deck. Slice foul and out of play. We talked about it early in the broadcast, how Chipper Jones has feasted inside this ballpark. Andrew Jones has a double and an RBI today. Chipper a double, a walk and a run, hitting almost 500 in his career, and that's over almost 80 at bats in this ballpark. And that's down low for ball 4. He's on again for the 3rd time today. So that's how the 9th inning gets underway.
Let's go back here and talk about how these things were scored. Giles' foot was ruled off the bat. Nice play down the line. Ruled. Franco's foot off the bat. Chipper frustrated. Ruled here. The at bat by Scott. He did not swing. The ruling on that, that's a grand slam homer.
And that makes it a 1-run game as Andrew Jones steps in and takes ball 1. A double. He's also been hit by a pitch and driven in a run with a sacrifice. But Berkman's big shot just clearing the tall left field scoreboard and sneaking into those Crawford boxes makes it 6-5. Chipper Jones, who walked to start the inning, gets back in.
Chipper doesn't run near as much anymore as he once did, but in a situation like this, you don't even think about the foot, the legs, any of that. He's got the green light. If he wants to go, he can steal a base.
He's holding, and a swing and a miss by Andrew Jones. Lindor starting to move around a little bit in that Atlanta pen, which has given it up again. Farnsworth allowing the grand slam. Despite reaching the upper 90s with his fastball, it goes out just as fast, if not faster, doesn't it? 1-2. St. Louis waiting for the winner of this series. They defeated the Padres 7-4 last night to advance to the National League Championship with a 3-game sweep of San Diego. $43,000 here want a strikeout of the MVP candidate. Just low, 2-2. How about Reggie Sanders in the division series he had? Drove in 2 more last night for the Cardinals. He wound up with 10 runs batted in that series.
Well, you know, and I think back too to Reggie Sanders when he was with Cincinnati against Atlanta and how he struggled. Another opportunity for Reggie Sanders, and he's been a big part of what the Cardinals have done the last couple of years. When he gets an opportunity to play, he can produce.
Bounding ball to third. Ensberg moves in, guns to second, one on to first. 2 double play. Biggio had just enough on the throw to beat Andrew Jones for the twin killing. 2 down in the 9th.
me, though, it's really about the pitch that Qualls makes. To get a ground ball from a guy that hit 51 homers this year. Hinsberg comes in. He gets rid of it in a hurry. A perfect throw to Biggio. He knows these two guys have been in that position a lot. He knows that Chipper's going to come after him. He takes the extra step to get out of the way, and then he gets everything on it that he can with the throw just in time. You see him kind of do that with his lips. He knew that Chipper was going to try to get inside of that uniform with him.
Biggio and the Astros will have another crack at the Atlanta bullpen in the bottom of the ninth. 6 runs on 9 hits for the Braves. 5 runs, 7 hits for Houston. Both sides have played errorless baseball. Here's Franco.
Just thinking about Biggio and what he has meant along with Bagwell to this city, this organization. He was a catcher. He was a center fielder. They get Beltran. He goes to left field. Now he's back to second base.
And he'll be back next year.
And you know what? Closing in on 3,000 hits.
2,795 right now. That's great. So probably a real good season next year, plus a couple of months in 07 before he gets there. As it's fouled away by Franco.
Hall of Fame.
Bagwell has slipped on the batting gloves, anticipating what might be to come in the bottom of the ninth.
That's why I thought it was so important for Atlanta to try to get one more run, because I don't care if he doesn't have but one shoulder or one arm to swing with. He'll reach back and give you your money's worth to try to tie it.
1-1 rattle foul by Franco. So Qualls is in front of another hitter. Bases empty, 2 down. Coming from behind, especially in the stretch run, is something the Astros have mastered. Can they do it again today to clinch this series? Ground ball to the middle. Vizcaíno lunges, gets it from the outfield. Got him. And that's it for Atlanta. Will 6 be enough? The Astros are down 1 at home, going to the bottom of the ninth. Back in Houston to the bottom of the ninth inning. Atlanta on top 6-5, clinging to that all of a sudden because we've had 2 grand slams for the first time in a division series ball game. It was Laroche back in the 3rd inning. His grand slam gave Tim Hudson a very comfortable cushion, which they built to 6-1. But then the rally in the 8th, Lance Berkman off of Farnsworth.
Well, in the past, you know, you would have had John Smoltz as the closer for the Atlanta Braves. There would be no concern about winning this ball game. John Smoltz, now, this year has been part of the starting rotation. He is not healthy right now. It is Kyle Farnsworth on to pitch here. And you know that Bagwell is lurking in that Houston Astro dugout.
So the first postseason game to see 2 grand slams. Lance Berkman and Adam Laroche. Atlanta still up by 1.
First one ever, huh?
And it was a good bit louder on the second one. Farnsworth trying to hold on to this lead and get the Braves into the win column and tie the series at 2. Jason Lane will lead things off 2 out of 3 in his career against Farnsworth. As a base hit today, that was in the 7th. Brennan Backey was the starter today for Houston, warming up a bat over there.
That's a superstitious type. That might even be Bagwell's bat that he's talking to.
Outside for ball 1 on Lane. Vizcaíno will follow him, and then Brad Ausmus. Lane, very good power. He had 26 home runs during the season. The breaking ball hits the mark on the inside corner, and it's 1-1. Our reports tell us that is Brad Ausmus's bat.
Well, nobody really with great numbers other than Berkman off of Farnsworth, but I would, if there are 2 outs and nobody on, I got to figure it's Bagwell instead of Ausmus.
Rounded to 3rd. Chipper Jones equated it cleanly. 1 man out here in the bottom of the 9th for Houston. We take a look now at who's left on the bench, presented by ING. Bagwell, of course, hoping for a chance to bat here in a situation to win the ball game or at least tie it. He remains on the bench right now.
Well, I think this might be just, like when you go to a good movie or a good play and you build to the, the finish of it, however it's going to end. I really think that if this guy does not get on, I think you'll see Brad walk back. He'll get an ovation, and then this place will go crazy.
This guy, goes after the first pitch, fouls it away for a strike. Atlanta trying to force a game 5 on Monday night in Atlanta.
Not the best guy in the world for Bagwell to hit off of. Bagwell just 4 for 22. No home runs off of Farnsworth.
For the moment, anyway, Ausmus remains in the on-deck area.
And if that was Ausmus's bat and they pinch hit for him, then Backey wasted a lot of time working on it.
Weeksman, Foster, the righty and lefty getting loose. So that one is fouled off of the catcher Mcann, and he's in a little pain here, hobbling as he got up. 1-2.
One of those stingers right off the kneecap. I don't care how much padding you put on there. You see the double pads. That thing might have snuck right in on the top of that, and it almost. They say, I've never been dumb enough to get back there, but it feels like you just got shot. Oh, that's a great shot.
Yeah, Bagwell waiting for the call.
You know that Bagwell's in the back of Phil Garner's mind.
The veteran Vizcaíno facing a 1-2 pitch. In there for strike 3. Got him looking. 2 down. Kyle Farnsworth trying to take all the drama out of this 9th inning.
Well, he paints the outside corner with a good breaking ball here. Look, I mean, that is just a perfect pitch. Nicely caught. Look at how he catches the baseball here to where it's framed. See how the ball kind of hits down towards the heel, not in the pocket. You keep that pocket on the corner. You get that call. You make it an easy call for the home plate umpire.
Great pitch. 2 down, bases clean for Ausmus now. Atlanta up 1 in the bottom of the 9th.
Well, Phil Garner talked about it, and you mentioned it at the beginning of the game. The guy that has been swinging the bat the best for him since the All-Star break, Brad Ausmus, and he's just going to ride that hot hand.
1 for 2 with a walk today. Atlanta ready to go back home and keep the series going. John Smoltz told us in our in-game interview that he might still pitch in game number 5. Sutton, you believe there's virtually no chance of that given his physical condition. Huge decision maybe facing Bobby Cox there. He's swinging a high fly ball left center field. Andrew Jones giving chase on the track. Leaps up, can't get it. It ricochets back into center. Here comes Ausmus. Now that ball is going to be called a home run. It's over the wall. It is gone. Ruled a home run and the game is tied. That got over the yellow line and the game is tied at 6.
How about that? You got a guy on the bench with 450 career homers. He got a bat in his hand. You could have pinch hit with him. No, you leave the guy out there with about 45 career homers, and it works.
How about that?
I'll guarantee you, even the owner of the Astros, Drayton McClain, had to be wondering, why aren't we hitting with Bagwell here? Well, you know what? As a manager, nobody has a better feel for your club than you do.
It's 404 feet to the spot above the yellow line this struck. And the tail of the tape on the Ausmus homer, 406. Just over the yellow line. It can't get closer than that.
Well, look at Spider-Man up on that wall. I mean, he's not a foot from catching that baseball, but that is perfect placement.
Brad Ausmus has timed the game with as dramatic a home run as the Astros have had in a long, long time. Going back to their 86 series against the Mets. The 1-2 is fouled straight back by Brundtland. And Farnsworth gives up the grand slam to Berkman. And then a game-tying home run to Ausmus.
How many times has this happened this year to the Atlanta Braves? Late in the game. You take a look up there at the scoreboard right now. That ball's clearly gone. A great call on the part of the second base umpire, Sam Holbrook.
1-2 waved at and missed for strike 3, and we are going to extra innings. But listen to this crowd. They cheer for Ausmus and their Astros, who have come off the deck down 6-1 to tie it in the bottom of the ninth. It was a home run by about an inch, maybe. Ausmus finally realizing that has been ruled a homer. He can trot on in as the bench explodes, and so does Minute Maid Park, and we're going to extra innings. The Braves 6, the Astros 6. Well, a dramatic comeback here for the Houston Astros, who have tied the ball game by scoring 5 runs in the last 2 innings. Here's the home run by Ausmus, ruled above the yellow line. Terrific call by Holbrook to be on top of that play. You see Andrew Jones unable to make the catch, and it strikes, man, just about an inch above that line. And the ground rules indicate that is gone, and it is 6-6.
You know, you got help down both of the lines on balls that are hit like that. You've got the 2 extra umpires. You don't have a guy behind that umpire at second base. Holbrook had to hustle out. He had to take a good look at it. The left field umpire, Marvin Hudson, was looking at him. He didn't know what to call. Holbrook started circling his arm. Ausmus circled the bases, and here we go.
No argument at all from Bobby Cox. This is real time now. Here's what Holbrook saw.
Well, look at how far he was away from it. Okay, he turned, he took a couple steps in that direction, and right then he had to make the decision, and he made the right one. So did Phil Garner.
As Ausmus hit for himself and blasted a game-tying homer. So on to the 10th we go in game 4. And here's Frank Cord. He takes a strike.
Well, you talk about an advantage when you look at what's left in the Astro bullpen and what's not in the Brave bullpen.
Little dribbler. Vizcaíno comes in, up and over, got it. Aaron Andrews, how about a reaction on the home run by Ausmus moments ago?
Well, when Andrew Jones returned to the dugout, Marcus Giles pulled him aside and said, "How close were you?" And Andrew just said, I almost had it. A lot of guys coming up to Andrew, patting him on the back. He's standing next to Terry Pendleton right now. As you can see on his face, he's still a little upset about that, guys.
Langerhan's getting in. He has walked and hit by a pitch. He's gone 0 for 2.
Partner, if I'm Craig Biggio, as I go out to take the field, I would have handed my bat to Brandon Backey to work on it.
That's right. He's got the magic touch.
Biggio coming up to lead off in the bottom of the 10th when they get there.
Line drive down into the corner, sailing, and that's a fair ball. You got to rattle down.
Think 3 right now. You got to think 3. No, he came up with it cleanly and got it back in.
A double for Langerhans here. So that quiets the crowd, which has been on a roller coaster over the last 3 innings like you wouldn't believe.
We've seen some base running problems here already this afternoon by Atlanta. That's a great swing right there. Another kid coming through. Down the line, he's thinking 3. He's going as hard as he possibly can. But when they come up with the ball and they get it into the infield, you know, you'd like to get the third base with just 1 out. Look at that. Great effort inside part of the bag. One more look.
So that'll send up Brian Mcann. How important now in retrospect was his home run in the 8th. At the time it made it 6-1 Atlanta. He swings and fouls that one away for a strike. He's gone 1 for 4.
Maybe it's huge right now. Obviously, I mean, you know, we would not still be playing without that home run. But, you know, when you think about Rodriguez coming into the ball game, he's only going to pitch normally when you lose. He's not one of the big guys they bring in games they expect to win.
The monster closer Brad Lidge working in the bullpen for Houston. Jammed in, and Mcann fought it off, 0-2. The go-ahead run at second base for the Braves. Chris Reachma, the right-hander who's been battling injury all year, loosening up for Bobby Cox. A 6-6 tie in the 10th here in Game 4. High drama in Houston. Cut on and missed, and down he goes on strikes. 2 down.
Nice piece of pitching right here. Even though he didn't get the ball down and in where Ausmus wanted it, when you're ahead in the count, if you miss with a breaking ball, it's got to be down. And that's where it was. Brad reached back across the heart of the plate. There he comes around it just a little bit. There it goes down. Well, that's kind of like it's like a cement mixer or like throwing a football, that spiral. You want it to have that tilt down and in, but when you overthrow it and it comes out wrong, that's the best pitch in baseball, but the problem is nobody knows how to repeat it.
Here's Kelly Johnson, one of the many baby Braves, with a runner at second and 2 down. Bouncing ball to first. Down to get it, Berkman to first, and the end of the inning. And Atlanta squanders a chance. A 1-out double by Langerhans, but he is stranded there. We go to the bottom of the 10th. The Astros trying to win it at home. Bottom of the 10th here in Game 4. Houston leading in the series 2-1. The game is tied 6-6. The bullpen has collapsed for Atlanta. The Braves had a 6-1 lead in the bottom of the 8th. It was 6-5 with 2 out in the bottom of the 9th as Reachma comes on to try and bring some sanity for Bobby Cox out of that pen. It's going to be the top of the order. And the 39-year-old Craig Biggio to lead off the bottom of the 10th. A win here. And Houston advances to the National League Championship Series.
Well, you're going to think back on this pitch for a long, long time if you're Kyle Farnsworth out over the plate. Look at the aggressiveness. Look at you can just see it in Ausmus's face right there. I'm going to swing as hard as I can and hope to hit it as far as I can. He hit it just far enough. I mean, that's things that as a kid you dream of. Bottom of the 9th inning, 2 outs, you're down by a run. Ausmus just had a dream come true.
Atlanta this season 6 losses when leading after 8 innings, tied for the most in the majors. Farnsworth giving up 5 runs in the last 2 innings. Biggio takes high for ball 1. He's hitless today, although he did score back in the 8th inning. 375 in the division series despite the 0 for so far. 1 ball, 1 strike to count on Craig Biggio.
He's not hitless in his career against Reachma, though. A 300 average with 2 home runs.
In fact, a bunch of these Houston Astros hit Reachma very well, including Ausmus and Berkman and Bruntlett and even Bagwell, who is still available. 2-1. Slam that made this place come alive in a huge way in the 8th. Off speed and swung right through to make it 2-2.
Well, all the things that led up, and we've gone over it a couple of times, to the opportunity for Berkman to do that. Just coming off the bag at second, just coming off the bag at first. Did he go? No.
The 2-2 breaking ball high, pop up down the left field line, but that'll land in the seats.
Biggio made an adjustment before last year's season. Remember that big high leg kick that he always had? We have seen the swing of Andrew Jones all year long and how he spread out. Biggio's kind of done the same thing. He says, as I got older, I couldn't get the leg up and down quick enough.
The 2-2. A soft line drive caught out of the air by Foucault for out number 1. And Biggio did hit 26 home runs during the regular season at 39, a career high for him. So that adjustment worked, but he could not reach here. There's 1 out in the 10th. And that'll send up Luke Scott. Had a very patient at bat in the 8th to take ball 4. and load them up for Berkman, who cranked the line drive grand slam over the high left field wall in that 8th inning. Fouls that one away. It's a day that has seen, for the first time in postseason history, 2 grand slams in the same playoff game. Well, Adam Laroche also hit one for Atlanta.
From somebody somewhere, we're going to see some more offense before this one's over. Right now, nobody knows where it's coming from.
Berkman on deck, the 0-1. Fouled off. Now 2 strikes on Scott.
I just think about the Atlanta Braves bullpen, and you see Brower, you see McBride, guys that Bobby Cox normally does not use to close out a ball game, to try to hold on. Then you look over to the other side. I mean, you still got Wheeler available, and I wouldn't be surprised if you don't see Brad Lidge if this game goes on.
1-2 to Scott. Lance Berkman next, and after him, Morgan Ensberg, the Astros' top RBI man and home run hitter. We talked about when we came on the air today that Lance Berkman had very little to swing at. The Braves clearly had pitched around him in select spots. Inside 2-2, but could not pitch around him with the bases jammed up in the 8th, and he made them pay. Nobody on base, 1 out, and the 2-2. Check swing, it missed the corner. A full count on Luke Scott.
This guy, a lot like Palmeiro, is what you look for. There's the Rocket paying attention. He knows how big the at-bat for Scott was when he walked. Well, he's worked this count full once again, as he did in his last at-bat.
Fly ball left field, deep into the corner, rising up, and that ball slices. It is foul. A foul ball at the last moment, slicing off that foul pole. Scott can't believe it. Garner's going to come out and argue this one. Marvin Hudson down that left field line. Joe Brinkman, the third base umpire, as well. Both had a long, steady look at it.
You know, in all fairness, though, Dave, to those umpires down the line, this is something completely new for them. Garner went out. He asked Joe Brinkman, he said, Joe, the guy down the line, he's in an unfamiliar position. There's nobody out there at all during the regular season. Did you get a good look at it? Joe Brinkman must have said, I'm positive that that ball was foul. Phil Garner, they have both been around the big leagues a long, long time. He believed him. He went right back to the dugout. Scott cannot believe it.
Boy, I think we're going to need another look at that one. 1 man out. Here's the 3-2. Ground ball routinely to Giles as he gobbles it up and gets Scott.
Well, you think about every inch of this ball game going in the direction of Houston. This time it does not. Take a look right there. Look at the pole. They call it the foul pole, but it's the fair pole. If it would have just gotten a little bit of yellow on top of it, it would have been ruled a home run. But from that look, I mean, just think about how we can slow it down. What a great job by Marvin Hudson down the line, and Joe Brinkman backing him up. I mean, he was begging. Scott was begging.
Here's Berkman. He takes ball 1. Lance Berkman, grand slam in the 8th inning. Scott thinking he had one there. The replay indicated it was foul.
You can't come any closer to that than having your season ended. I mean, the Atlanta Braves were 1 inch away from going home.
2-0.
I mean, we've seen one pitch. We've seen a lot. It doesn't get any closer than that, or any better than what this game has been.
Well, and you think how close the home run by Ausmus with 2 on the bottom of the 9th was over the top of that yellow line. That was about an inch.
How close Giles was to second base. Franco to first base.
Fouled away, and a big swing by Berkman. Ensberg hoping to hit next. And Scott denied the home run, a proper call. So we remain 6-6 in the 10th. Line shot, left center field. Andrew Jones is not going to get this one. That'll stick right underneath the bottom of the fence. It'll be 2 bases for Berkman. He has a double, and the Astros are at it again with 2 down. Morgan Ensberg will hit first.
Maybe.
Well, Bagwell will follow him. And Morgan Ensberg is their top RBI man. They are going to make a change at second base and bring on a runner for Berkman. He does not run well, especially with that ailing knee. That'll be Chris Burke to run for Berkman, who has been right in the thick of this run. Has come from behind effort by Houston.
Bagwell will hit.
Ensberg will be put on an intentional pass here. That'll put runners at first and second, and Bagwell will get the opportunity. And just getting the chance with the season that he's had, a lost campaign for him, is some story.
How about in all the years that Bobby Cox has competed and from the opposing dugout looked at Jeff Bagwell? I'm guessing, but I will bet this is the first time Bobby Cox has ever done what he's doing right now. I totally agree with it. Ensberg, even what Bagwell told me before the game, he's been the guy all year long. Berkman's the best hitter, but Ensberg has been the guy that has carried it. Berkman hasn't been healthy. Bagwell has not been healthy, but what a moment for Jeff.
The 37-year-old former MVP, Jeff Bagwell, you see that he has really hit Reachma well. 3 home runs. Burke, the runner at second. Well, you thought it was noisy when Berkman hit the grand slam in the 8th. What if Bagwell comes through here, given all he has meant to the Astro franchise. Line shot, but foul. It was all over that curveball. Biggio and Bagwell. You can't talk about the Astros without talking about those two. This past season, he appeared in only 39 games, just 100 at-bats because of a banged-up shoulder. A single here can send his Houston Astros on to the National League Championship Series. And another matchup against the St. Louis Cardinals.
That's a nice way of putting that shoulder banged up. If you looked at the doctor's report, it looks more like a hand grenade went off in there for Bagwell, but here he is with a bat in his hand.
In there for strike, and it's 0-2. Ausmus with 2 down in the bottom of the 9th, tying the game with an above the yellow line home run to left center. Ryan Express still on his feet.
I think the funny part about that shot is, does he really need a media pass or a credential, Nolan Ryan?
Yeah.
You got to be kidding me.
Two on, 2 out. Braves 6, Astros 6. The Braves playing for their playoff lives, and now Mcann out for a word with Reachma here. Red McClain, the owner of this Houston Astros ball club.
And as fine a gentleman as you'll ever find.
Trying to will his team into the next round. Little bloop in the left field. Here comes Langerhans coming on. He makes the catch and will continue to play. We're going to the 11th inning. Bagwell denied. Still tied 6-6 in game 4 in Houston. Here in game 4, the Atlanta Braves have blown a 5-run lead, but they're still alive and kicking. The game tied 6-6 as we bring it to the top of the 11th inning. Rick Sutcliffe, Dave O'Brien, and Aaron Andrews from Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas. And for the Atlanta Braves, they're trying to force this thing to a 5th and deciding game in Atlanta tomorrow night. Brad Lidge, however, with an amazing resume with tons of strikeouts this season, coming on to pitch here in the 11th. He'll take on the top of the order.
Yeah, and he actually has 3 more strikeouts this year during the regular season. That came in the All-Star game at Detroit. Although the American League won that game, Lidge came on to pitch in the 7th inning and just absolutely gave them no chance, as for the most part he has this year.
Rafael Furcal 0 for 3. He's going to drop down a bunt and fouls it away at the plate. There have been 22 postseason games played in Houston all time, and this is the 7th that has gone to extra innings. Burke takes over in center field after coming on a run for Berkman. Bruntlett goes back to shortstop for the 2nd time in the game, and Vizcaino becomes the first baseman. So Phil Garner is doing a lot of moving around on the infield and the outfield with his players. 1 ball and 1 strike on for call.
He's pretty much done moving around. All he's got left is backup catching.
He has spent Bagwell, who just flied out with a runner at second base to end the 10th. Lidge with a blazing fastball and one of the best sliders, if not the best slider, in baseball today. Fouled away by Furcal. That one at 95. That's Swifty. We check out the bullpen now for the Houston Astros. This is what they have left. 1 lone soldier out there, Dan Wheeler.
Well, you figure if needed 2 innings for Lidge, a couple of innings for Wheeler, and then after that, well, you might be looking at Roger Clemens.
2-2. Just a piece of it for Furcal. Giles next, and then Chipper Jones. Bobby Cox has only made a couple of changes as far as the lineup. He's brought in Julio Franco and Kelly Johnson. So when you think about it, there's nobody to talk to out there, no one to chat with.
Well, this is why you have a bullpen coach and a bullpen catcher for that guy.
Wheeler all to his own thoughts here. Here's the 2-2. Check swing, and it was low. A full count on a speedy Furcal. 97 with that fastball.
97, and what Brad Ausmus thought was strike 3, just below the strike zone there, in the opinion of Gary Cedarson.
Fouled off as he hangs in. Up for call, realizing that he may be playing his last days in an Atlanta Braves uniform. A free agent at the end of the season. It's an open question whether or not they'll bring him back as the shortstop. But the Braves are still in it. Here's the 3-2. Outside for ball 4. Furcal is on. One of the fastest men in the ballpark to lead off the 11th. So Lidge walks him. That'll send up Giles, and we'll see how Bobby Cox plays this.
Couple of options. You go the sacrifice bunt, or you go with a guy. 46 stolen bases on the year for Furcal, a career high.
See Jensberg, the third baseman, creeping in, expecting a bunt. Giles does square around, pops it up on the infield. The pitcher's got it for the out. Furcal scoots back in. Giles fails to execute. 1 man out. For the little things for Atlanta.
It's difficult to do anything, though, off of Brad Lidge. It's difficult to get a base hit. It's difficult to put a sacrifice bunt down. Giles there, though, and he knows he messed up right there. You put the bat at the top of the strike zone, and then you simply go down. He tried to go back up with it, and when you throw as hard as Lidge does, you're not going to get it done.
So Furcal has to stay glued to first. Here's Chipper Jones. 1 out. He's running. The pitch. Here's the throw by Ausmus. Won't get it. Not even close. He came off. Oh, but he got back in. And now this may bring on an argument. Here comes Garner. Vizcaino came flying over from first base as well to make sure that nobody gets thrown out. Furcal with the theft of second. Looked like he left the bag. Then he was ruled back in by Sam Holbrook. So he steals, and he's in a scoring position with 1 out.
Sacrifice did not work, so Bobby Cox just simply turned for call loose. He got a great jump. Lidge not quick to home plate.
For call, getting that foot back in, according to Holbrook, was right there. Holbrook was the man who made a fine call on that just above the yellow line home run by Ausmus that tied it with 2 down in the bottom of the 9th to send this to extra innings. Chipper Jones, by the way, 3 out of 4 in his career against Lidge. Early on in their career battles, he's seasoned pretty well, it appears. He takes outside. 2-0.
I got a feeling Lidge and Ausmus will be real careful here with Chipper. You mentioned those numbers. He's had a lot more success against Andrew Jones in the on-deck circle. Here comes Garner to talk about it.
And the count 1 ball and 1 strike as Garner comes out. We go back to Rafael for call with a walk and a stolen base.
He gets in there easily. Ausmus could not get the throw out quick enough. Tries to hold on with his foot. It comes off. Ooh. I think he's out.
I think he is too.
I think there it is right there, because you watch the next movement after he tags him there. Look at him. He continues to come back trying to get that toe on the corner. Finally, Atlanta catching a break.
1 ball, 1 strike on Chipper. Two and 1. And that's the lead that Houston has in the series. 2 games to 1. Trying to win it here at home. They were tied with the Braves for the best home record in the National League. Three balls and a strike on Chipper Jones. Andrew Jones waiting in the on-deck circle.
I think Garner might have mentioned to him, you know what? Andrew Jones is 0 for 9 with 5 strikeouts in the on-deck circle. What you got to remember, though, those numbers weren't all from this year. Andrew Jones is a different player this year.
Up high for ball 4. It appeared they wanted no part of Chipper Jones.
You got a guy that throws 98 miles an hour and you throw a 3-1 slider. Dave, you're exactly right.
So the second walk in the inning issued by Lidge puts runners at first and second for Andrew Jones. He did a double play back in the 9th inning. After Jones had walked, Chipper Jones had taken ball 4. Does have a double today and an RBI. But 0 for 9, as Sutton mentioned, with 5 strikeouts against Lidge. Leachman looking on with 2 aboard for the Braves in the 11th. Ball 1. And now Ausmus wants a word with his reliever.
Well, Ausmus can see what's going on. Every time Lidge turns around to second, Furcal will immediately act like he's going to go. He'll start moving around, and it has kind of gotten the Houston Astro reliever out of sync. Ausmus going out there to say, hey, you know what, just vary your delivery to home, but then start focusing on me. Right as he turns to look, that's when all of a sudden he starts chopping his legs up, acting like he might do, raising his arms. And that's what's raising the pitches to home plate for Lidge.
A single gives the Braves the lead again. They had a 6-1 lead, but coughed that up. Big cut and a miss to make it 1-1. Take a look at the Atlanta Braves with men in scoring position. That's certainly been an issue. Andrew Jones hitting .571 with a home run in the series. At this here in game 4, a 1 for 11 for Bobby Cox's team with runners in scoring position. Down the line, giving chase. Scott can't get to it, and that one is fouled. Another close one. So many close plays and close calls jammed into 11 innings so far. It's amazing.
You think it's not amazing that they have those umpires down the line? Usually that's what they call an off day, when you get one of those positions either down the left field or right field line. It's been anything but today.
It's one of the easiest of the close calls today for Marvin Hudson, but he's been busy. Here's the 1-2 to Andrew Jones. Outside, 2-2. And a collective groan here at Minute Maid. They wanted strike 3 in the worst way.
He's making a lot better pitches now, though, since Ausmus went out to say, hey, you know what, let Biggio keep for call there at second. You make a good pitch to me. Just missing the outside corner. Ausmus brings it back, lets you know.
For call at second, Chipper Jones at first. The Astros with a 4-run 8th to pull to within 1, and then Ausmus hit a home run with 2 down in the bottom of the 9th that tied the game at 6. Swing and a miss. He finally got him. Andrew Jones strikes out. 2 down.
Looks more like the Andrew Jones early in his career than the one we've seen this year. He was able to cut down on his strikeouts significantly, not getting it done here. Let's go back and look at the whole sequence. Ball 1, ball 2. No, he took a swing at it. There, he just missed driving in a run, just missed the outside corner, and then you see it again, the slider in the dirt, the confidence in Ausmus to keep it in front of him.
Julio Franco 0 for 1 since entering the contest. He's grounded out to short. Checked his swing and a pitch outside for ball 1. He's been up 6 times in his career against Lidge, and he has 3 hits.
He puts it in play, he gets a hit. 2 of the 3 times that he's made an out have been via the strikeout.
Burke started the inning by taking ball 4 and then stealing second base. Chipper Jones has also taken a walk in this inning. Now Franco, asking for time, steps out.
Biggio was all over for call at second with just 1 out, trying to keep him there. That's a middle infielder's job. But now with 2 outs, you move back. It's pretty much just a pitcher's job to make him stop to keep from stealing third.
He dropped in a beauty there, a slider for a strike to make it 1-1.
Slider down on the outside corner. You can see Franco, I mean, he almost buckled him on that one, and that's just out of respect for how hard that Lidge can throw.
A lot of hitters around the National League believe Lidge has the best slider they have seen in years. There goes for call, trying to take third, and the pitch is down and away, and there goes for call, taking third base. So he has another stolen base, 2 in the inning.
Well, a lot of people are going to take a shot at trying to sign him as a free agent and a winner. He's putting a lot of pressure now, not only on Lidge, but on Ausmus, to keep from the wild pitch or pass ball happening. Biggio not there to hold him close. For call, aggressive, taking off, knowing how important it is to get just 90 feet away.
Chipper Jones holding it first, 2 down. Now the Braves looking for a little bit of help, a little bit of luck perhaps, but also the bat of Franco. Foul back to the top of the net behind home plate. 96 on that fastball.
McCall still trying to mess with Lidge. He acted like he was going to take off from third base before he threw that pitch.
Franco with a 2-2 pitch. And there goes Chipper Jones as the pitch is inside. Chipper picking up second base. uncontested. So 2 men into scoring position now for Bobby Cox.
You got a man in a hitting position too that has had a lot of big hits in his career.
Francoeur on deck. Here's the payoff pitch. Rebounding ball toward the hole, but Biggio fills that and gets it. Side retired, a threat for Atlanta, but they will strand 2. And Lidge holds. Go to the bottom of the 11th. Tied at 6 in game 4. National League Division Series game 4. Houston ahead 2-1 in the series, but the Braves are now tied up with Houston 6-6. They talk about baseball being a game of inches. Well, how about this Ausmus home run with 2 down in the bottom of the 9th that tied it right above that yellow line out of the reach of Andrew Jones. In the 10th inning, Luke Scott trying to win it down the line, bottom of the 10th inning, and ruled foul. And the right call made there, but just inches off that foul pole. So Lane will step in the bottom of the 11th inning. Wheeler may have some company out there shortly, but we'll see. As far as pitching company is concerned, and here comes the Rocket out to that bullpen. As you predicted, Sut, he just might need him in this one.
I'm telling you, you empty the cookie jar. Trainers have done their work. They prepared him to go out and pitch as if it was a game he was going to start if needed. The Rocket is there for the Astros.
Lane has gone 1 for 4 with a single. I mean, there's a guy, Brian Mcann, saying, yeah, give me the Rocket again. That's what I want.
No, he's not.
I'm sure he's not. Swinging a high pop up in a shallow left. Langerhand's coming in. The call is out. Langerhand stops and makes the catch. He was up there a long time near that roof. 1 man out as Lane pops up. Now Bobby Cox and his Braves trying to fight their way to a game 5. Rick Sutcliffe, Dave O'Brien, Aaron Andrews joining in. Here in game number 4, the Astros have rallied from 5 down, and between the 8th and 9th innings, they scored 5 times to tie it at 6. 2 huge home runs, a grand slam, and then Ausmus with that solo shot that we showed you just above the line.
You mentioned tying it at 6. The guy that did it, he is in the on-deck circle right now. Brad Ausmus, 3 home runs all year long. Goes deep in the bottom of the 9th with 2 outs.
The 1-0 pitch to Vizcaino is across for strike. Atlanta has out-hit Houston 10-9. And there has not been an error in the game. He swung right over the top of that pitch to make it 1-2. Ausmus next. The winner of this series has to take on the St. Louis Cardinals. A lunging swing and a pop up to right, and an easy play for Francoeur for out number 2. Send up Brad Ausmus, one of the heroes today, certainly. Jim Brower loosens in the bullpen for Bobby Cox. When you look at the numbers, Ausmus is almost an automatic hit against Reed Smith. 13 at bats. He has 8 hits. 615 is batting clip against this Atlanta reliever. And he is 2 for 3 with that dramatic home run included today. In for strike. One and one on Ausmus, who has also added a single and taken ball 4s. He's had a fine day at the plate. He also made a terrific defensive play and a relay to cut down a runner. Adam Laroche at home, digging a low throw out of the dirt. 1-2 now on Osmus.
Brad's got to change his game plan. He was looking middle in, trying to get something to take advantage of that short porch. Reachma painting the outside corner with a hook and a fastball. You may have to look the other way.
The wind and pitch, and it's sliced foul. Back to the screen.
That's just a good piece of hitting. And you can see now why he hit so well the second half of the year. He had an approach to go to the opposite field on that pitch.
The 1-2. Soft little swing and dribbled back to the hill. 1-2-3 they go. Good work by Reitsma. He gets them in order. And we're moving on to the 12th inning in Houston. 3 Atlanta rookies due up for Bobby Cox and the Braves. Tied up 6-6 as we go to the 12th inning here, and tonight at 8:30, 5:30 Pacific time on ESPN and ESPN HD. Carson Palmer, Chad Johnson, and the Bengals off to their first 4-0 start since '88. Take on Byron Leftwich, Fred Taylor, and the Jacksonville Jaguars on ESPN Sunday Night Baseball. Coverage beginning with NFL Primetime presented by Miller Lite at 7:30 Eastern Time. Rick Sutcliffe, Dave O'Brien, Aaron Andrews with you. Inside Minute Maid Park in a game that is approaching the 4-hour mark. All even at 6. Lidge stays on to take on the rookies. Francoeur, Langerhans, and Mcann scheduled to bat against the flamethrower here. As Francoeur takes the first one up high in the ball game, he has popped up, flied out, grounded out, and doubled. Also taken ball 4, and he's never faced Lidge until now. Big swing and a foul back. Boy, he takes a hack. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Never faced him, but he's going to take the same approach off Lidge that he does anyone else. This kid is just, he's so aggressive at everything that he does and so confident that you know he's going to be a big-time player for a long time.
And even when he took forever to take his first major league walk, 131 plate appearances, they didn't want to meter that aggressiveness out of him. He flies this one to lane and right. He waits and gets it.
Yeah, Dave, just thinking about closers, obviously if you needed a save in the postseason, easy choice. You go with Mariano Rivera. If I needed one in the regular season, I'm going to go with the all-time saves percentage leader in Trevor Hoffman. But if you needed a strikeout right now, I think in all of baseball, this would be the guy that the majority of the people would want on the mound.
And a big strikeout of Andrew Jones with 2 on in the 11th inning. Langerhans has been on base 3 times today. A walk. He's been hit by a pitch. He's also doubled. Braves 6, Astros 6. A Houston win, and they move on to the National League Championship Series for the 2nd straight year against St. Louis. 1 win away from that. Atlanta trying to tie this series at 2-2 and force a 5th and deciding game back home in Atlanta tomorrow night. 3-0 the count on Langerhans. And another youngster, Brian Mcann, 21 years old, on deck. That's a strike. The Astros today have used 14 position players, 6 pitchers. The Braves 10 position players, and thus far only 3 pitchers. 3-2 now. Tim Hudson started on 3 days rest, and he pitched a terrific ball game today. He left with a healthy lead, but the bullpen gave it up. 3-2. Line drive and a base hit to center field. Langerhans on once again for the 4th time. A 1-out single in the 12th. Let's recap how we got here. The 8th inning. Berkman with a grand slam to make it a 1-run game. That cut the lead to 6-5, but the Braves were still up 1. They were not when Brad Ausmus came to bat after he did this. With 2 down in the bottom of the 9th, that was just above the yellow line, ruled a home run. Ausmus allowed to come in to score absolute bedlam here at Minute Maid that tied the game at 6. And here we are in the 12th, still in a 6-6 knot.
Yeah, and a lot of people have already forgotten the great performance this afternoon from Tim Hudson. Coming back on short rest, adjusting from game 1, an opportunity to win.
But the bullpen coughed it up. And here's Mcann. He's homered today. Takes outside for ball. He's 1 for 5 with a solo home run deep to right field in the 8th inning. 0 for 2 against Lidge. So not much to go on there. Wilson Benjamin has come to the on deck area. Braves got 4 in the very early part of the game, the 3rd inning. And a grand slam by Laroche. Rattled foul by Mcann. Go back to the 8th inning. This just looked like an extra one tacked on by Mcann. That made it 6-1. And at that point, Atlanta was in cruise control behind Hudson. And it looked like the bullpen had a chance to secure it. It was not to be.
I mean, one of the easiest opportunities a bullpen could possibly ask for. He knew that when Bobby Cox continued to send Hudson out there, that even his confidence was down on what he had leading up to Farnsworth.
Fouled off 2-2 on Mcann. Thompson out there, the right-hander, would be the next Atlanta Brave out of the pen to follow Rietzman.
Yeah, we were told that if we get to a Game 5, it would be Ramirez on the hill for Atlanta.
But the Braves have to get there. The 2-2, swinging a drive down the right field line, but foul.
I love the fact that nothing's changed with these kids for Atlanta. They're still up there every bit as aggressive as they were in the regular season. Confident.
Only one out. Langerhans getting his lead. 3 straight rookies hitting here in the 12th inning of the playoff game. Waved at and missed. He chased a bad ball, and down he goes. Mcann strikes out. 2 away. Lidge with another strikeout.
Confident, aggressive. But at the minor league level where those 3 guys have been, you don't see the slider and the velocity combination of Brad Lidge. K-zone showing the pitch clearly down and below, but when you got a guy throwing 98 miles an hour, you've got to start that swing a little bit sooner, and you do it and you guess wrong. That's what you look like.
Wilson Benjamin called on a hit here for Bobby Cox now with 2 down in the 12th inning. Langerhans still there at first base. He hit .305 during the regular season with 4 homers. That's the first one go for strike 1.
I still think that kid's got a chance to be a big-time player, too. He needs an opportunity. His best position is third base. You're not going to play third base for the Braves for the next few years.
Shortstop job might open up if Furcal leaves, but Benjamin just might be too big to play there anymore. Here's the 0-1. Fouled away, but he can hit.
Switch hitter, can run.
They want to see Lidge do what he's done so many times the last couple of years. Strike out a hitter.
Their hands got to be sore as many times as they put them together today.
It's really been a tale of 2 completely different games. The one the Braves were winning 6-1 until the 8th inning. And then the one the Astros kind of took over by scoring 5 runs in the 8th and 9th innings combined to tie it. Big gap out there right center for Benjamin. If he gets around, the runner goes outside. Here's the throw by Osmus. The tag did not get him. Langerhans very aggressively diving into second with a steal. And that coming with 2 down here in the 12th.
It was almost a pitch out. You got the count 0-2. Bobby Cox is always staying aggressive. Knows that Lidge is slow. There's a jump. It was a straight steal. Take off and go. Osmus got a good pitch to handle. He made a good throw. He just got ran.
Benjamin trying to put Atlanta back in the lead. Fouled away. Last 2 innings, Atlanta has stolen 3 bases.
Yeah, this will be 45 pitches out of their closer. Everybody getting extended this afternoon.
The 1-2 to Berkman. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Lidge with a K. Back-to-back strikeouts. So the Astros bullpen continues to do brilliant work. Now it's up to the offense. They'll try and win it in the bottom of the 12th of Game 4 at Minute Maid. Atlanta 6 and Houston 6 here in the bottom half of the 12th inning. Houston leading the series 2-1. So the Braves facing elimination, and they had a 6-1 lead. That is gone, and now Bobby Cox is going to bring John Thompson out of the bullpen, and so this is not familiar territory for him, at least not for some time.
Dave, you got to go back to 1999 when he was with the Colorado Rockies. The last bullpen appearance for John Thompson. There's his numbers during the regular season. Injured most of the time, as with the majority of the starting rotation for the Braves.
Eric Bruntlett will lead things off. Then it'll be Biggio and Luke Scott. The Astros trying to win the series right here. Bruntlett seeing Thompson for the first time and takes a strike. How does that affect your routine at this point in the season to go from where he was as a starter to, here he's in a playoff game and he's got to warm up quickly, get into the game relatively quickly? Not during an inning, but still fast enough.
I think really the toughest part was what Bobby Cox took care of with giving him time to get ready. And as a starting pitcher, the times I did throw out of the bullpen, I wanted to leave 1 inning down there in the bullpen. You're not going to run out of gas. You can pitch 4 or 5 innings here if needed today.
The 0-2 well outside. Dan Wheeler is no longer the only reliever available in that bullpen because Roger Clemens has gone out there for Phil Garner. Kind of relaxing and watching at the moment. Fouled back to the screen. 1-2. Roger Clemens, by the way, with only 1 career relief appearance. That was in another lifetime for Roger. 1984. July of '84 against Oakland. That was his rookie season. Two and 2. The Astro bullpen has been outstanding today. Breaking ball up and in. The count was 0-2. Now it's filled up on Bruntlett. Swing and a miss. A late cut, and he struck him out. Thompson comes back to get him. 1 away. So a long one here this afternoon in Houston. We are in the 12th inning. The longest division series game is 15 innings. That was the great one between Seattle and the Yankees in '95. Longest postseason game involved these Houston Astros. 16 innings. In 1986, game they lost to the New York Mets. Swing and a pop up by Biggio in right field. Drifting out Giles. Frank Cork coming in. He wants it. And he's got it. 2 down. We just might be heading towards something like 15 or 16 innings, partner. Now Luke Scott certainly had other ideas as he tried to win the ball game in the 10th inning and almost did as he rocketed one down the left field line. And just inches off the foul pole. And he thought it was fair initially. He thought he had been robbed of a home run. The replays indicated the umpiring crew, Marvin Hudson and Joe Berkman over on that left side, got it right. He takes strike 1. Bases clean, 2 down. He chops that one foul. 0-2. This is Luke Scott down the line. Just foul. Goes back in the.
When they designed this park, if they would have made that 314 feet, it would have been over with.
Back in the 10th inning, he would eventually ground out. He checks his swing. A lot of firsts here. A lot of young players getting a taste of the playoffs for the first time. We've seen guys they've never seen before.
And the pitch. He did, but he fouled it into the dirt right by the plate. And it's 1-2 to Luke Scott with nobody on and 2 away.
Trying to maximize that one pitch possibility.
It's been 6-6 since the 9th on the home run by Ausmus. Right-hander ready and brings it to Luke. Swing and a miss, and we go into the 13th at Minute Maid Park. The Thompson rose to the occasion. We'll go to the 13th, still 6-6.
Of NLDS game number 4. Atlanta 6 and Houston 6. And a bevy of changes again for Phil Garner. He's like a mad scientist out there. Dan Wheeler gets into the ball game. Very impressive during the regular season for Garner. He's certainly not the only change. A couple of these are a little surprising. For example, Brad Ausmus taking over at first base. So he goes from the catcher spot over to first base. And Raul Chavez takes over at the catcher spot. Vizcaíno, whose head has to be spinning about now. I mean, he's gone from short to first and back over to shortstop now. He's there at short. And so here we go for the 13th inning. Rafael Furcal has played the entire day. He walked and stole 2 bases in the 11th, but Atlanta still stranded him there. And he takes a strike. Wheeler with the 0-1 pitch, and it's across for strike 2. Giles next, and then Chipper Jones. See Furcal 3 out of 9 with a pair of strikeouts against Wheeler. Furcal without a hit so far today. He checked up high. Gary Gaetti there taking the phone answering chores.
All kinds of things going on right now. We may even see Andy Pettit pinch hit before the day's over. He's not going to pitch. They will hold him back.
1-2 inside. All even now on Furcal. The Braves had a golden chance when Furcal took ball 4, starting the 11th in a 6-6 tie. You know, that sun has really not been a factor today as it comes streaming through the windows, but it might be right about now. Spraying across left and center field. Cut on a miss, and Furcal is done in. He is a strikeout victim and 1 man out in the 13th.
Just to explain the move for Ausmus going to first and the catcher coming in, the way they're going offensively right now, not being able to score, you want to get Wheeler away from swinging the bat. You put Chavez in there to hit, and that way if you need him for a couple of innings, you may not need his bat.
Here's Giles. Last time up, a disappointing at bat for him. He popped up a sacrifice bunt, trying to get Furcal down into scoring position. Popped it back to the pitcher. He is 5 out of 11 against Wheeler, however. The 1-0 fouled away. Giles not a big man, but takes a big swing, and he did hit 15 home runs during the season.
You know, when I look at those numbers off of Wheeler, there's no home runs, though. You take a look there, and that's what we're talking about here. The 3rd spot will come up first, so you've got to go all the way through the lineup before you get back to Wheeler, because you added Chavez there. You see who will hit in the bottom of the 13th inning.
Chavez, the number 5 hitter. At this point, it's outside.
A lot of things that National League managers have to worry about. Of course, when Phil Garner was over in the American League, didn't have those problems.
Phil Garner trying to get back to the National League Championship Series. Look who's swinging a bat now. Roy Oswald, at least holding a bat. So who knows who might come up to pinch hit outside for a ball. And Roy's lovely wife Nicole did a great job singing God Bless America, America the Beautiful during the contest today. A terrific voice.
Very nice.
And of course to a standing ovation. The 3-1. Foul in the air, out of play to the right.
Oh, what a year for Wheeler. He came over from the Mets a couple of years ago. A lot of appearances. Guy that throws strikes for the most part.
Facing a full count pitch to Giles. Chipper Jones next. So far, Wheeler's done an excellent job keeping the bases clean in front of the heavy hitters. The 3-2 now to Giles. Grounded routinely to Vizcaíno. Up and over. So despite all the moving around, he handles himself very well defensively. 2 down. Now, everybody in the bullpen for Houston has now been used, at least the guys who started the day out there as relievers. Roger Clemens is taking up residence out there for now.
Yeah, I wrote down my bullpen and extra men off the lineup card that was in Phil Garner's office. That was not there when this game began. Things have changed.
2 down, bases empty for Chipper Jones. 1 for 3 today. He's also been walked 3 times. He's hit a double way back in the 5th.
I will say this on Bobby Cox's scorecard, though. Not only was Thompson a starting pitcher listed, but also Ramirez's name was down there.
He's supposed to pitch and just might if there is a game 5 in that scenario tomorrow night. In for strike. So the crowd is up again at Minute Maid. 13th inning, tied at 6. One ball, 2 strikes on Chipper Jones. Andrew Jones waiting, lurking on deck. Chipper and the Braves built up a 6-1 lead going to the bottom of the 8th inning. That disappeared, and another bullpen collapse. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Side retired. The Astro bullpen has been brilliant today. We go to the bottom of the 13th inning. Another chance for Houston to win it. From Houston, where the Astros lead this best-of-5 division series 2-1. It's the Braves and the Astros locked up in a 6-6 tie. Rally caps working overtime here into the bottom half of the 13th inning. All kinds of caps. I don't know if you can turn that one around or inside out. Probably not. Well, the fans have certainly been turned inside and out with this marvelous comeback by their home team. The Astros scoring 4 times in the 8th, another run of the 9th, all on homers to tie the game.
David, kind of reminds you of the comeback that the Houston Astros had during the regular season. They fooled a lot of people this year. All they heard about was, you know, your players are too old or your players are too young. Well, they brought it all together. Phil Garner doing a terrific job.
Burke to lead things off here as he takes outside, ball 1. He'll be followed by Morgan Ensberg, who's been the heart and soul of this Astros team all season with 36 homers. And then Raul Chavez scheduled to bat. Blue foul out of play. Burke, a right-hand hitter out of Louisville, Kentucky. Hit .248 with 5 home runs during the regular season. Has a little bit of speed as well should he get on. He fouls that one off, 1-2. The Astros have used 22 players in this game. That is a division series record for one game. So Phil Garner, take a look at that lineup card behind him. It's an absolute mess. Broken bat looper, left field, coming through the sun. Langerhans to make the catch. 1 man out. in the 13th.
Pretty good at bat there on the part of Burke. And Phil Garner saying before the game he thought that Burke and Taveras, neither one of them on the playoff roster last year for Houston, but they got to travel with the team. He thought that helped them as far as what they have done thus far in this series.
The big bat all summer and into the fall has been this man, Morgan Ensberg, a kid out of Southern Cal. They lost Jeff Bagwell from May to September. Ensberg says it was a major wake-up call for him. He swings, high deep drive center field. Andrew Jones back, and right at the foot of the hill there to make a very casual catch for the out. Everybody in the ballpark thought, here we go, except for Andrew Jones, who knew better. And there were 2 down.
And in every part of this ballpark, they would have been right. But that is a big, big backyard behind Andrew Jones there. 436, probably hit it about 420 feet. And he just, I mean, this guy's legit. This wasn't a fluke here that he put together. That ball was down the middle. It was knee high. He was able to elevate it. That's just a big number out there.
So here's the backup, Raul Chavez, as he takes down and away for ball 1. 2 down in the 13th. Astros and the Braves in a 6-6 tie. That's a strike. The St. Louis Cardinals have already advanced by sweeping the San Diego Padres 3 in a row. And they wait to host the winner of this series on Wednesday in the National League Championship Series Game 1. So the powerhouse Cardinals are back in it again and looking for a much different result come World Series time than the one they had against the Red Sox last year.
Oh, and they got to be loving this, watching Lidge out there for 50 pitches and Clemens possibly coming in out of the bullpen. It's not going to help Houston.
2-2 on Chavez here with the bases empty and 2 down. If we go to the 14th inning, Andrew Jones will lead that off for the Braves. Fouled away, got a piece of that one. And for a game that is into the home half of the 13th inning, there have not been many hits, really. 11 for Atlanta. The Astros not even into double figures. They have 9. But we have seen 2 grand slams hit in the same game for the first time in postseason history. 1 for each team. 3-2 now on Chavez. Adam Laroche got the first one. That was back in the 3rd inning for Atlanta. And Berkman got his in the 8th inning for Houston. He walked him. Chavez is on here with 2 out in the 13th. So there's been a day of inches, very close calls, but also 2 big blasts. There's Laroche with a grand slam. And then in the 8th inning, Berkman repeated that for Houston, scorching that line drive over the fence to make it a 1-run game. And then in the 9th inning, you talk about a game of inches. Look at this. Ausmus, that's a home run, folks, just over the yellow line in left center. That came with 2 down in the bottom of the 9th. Ausmus, the hero to save Houston on the day, at least to this point.
Well, you're exactly right. There haven't been many hits for anybody as of late. The last hit, you got to go back to the 10th inning when Berkman hit a double for Houston. That's when they pinch ran for him. The last 2 hits by Langerhans for the Atlanta Braves.
Jason Lane fouls that one away, and he's in the hole now, 0-2. Runner at first. Thompson, the starter, is now working out of the bullpen on the hill, and Roger Clemens is perhaps waiting a call to do the same thing.
Well, his heart will really start pumping if it goes one more inning, because you can't expect much more than that out of Wheeler.
The 0-2 fouled back to the screen. Roger Clemens' trip to the Hall of Fame has been on the hill as a starter. Exactly 1 career relief appearance his rookie season with the Red Sox. against the Oakland Athletics in 1984. Cut on and missed, and down he goes. Lane strikes out and will continue to play on into the 14th inning. Big Andrew Jones will lead things off for the Braves as we play deep into the afternoon in Houston. They love their Astros here in Houston, and they are still waiting for the Astros to love them back here in game number 4 and pull out a win against Atlanta and move on to the League Championship Series. But Andrew Jones marches to the plate here, trying to get the Braves back in front. Of course, the Braves behind Tim Hudson, who pitched extremely well today into the 8th inning, had a healthy lead. They're up 6-1, but that disappeared.
Yeah, it did. And the home run by Brian Mcann in the 8th inning, they've only had 2 hits since then, both of them by Langerhans. So obviously the key, I think right now, the first team to get the first guy leading off an inning on base, they've got a huge advantage.
All right, Andrew Jones will try and be that guy as he steps in here in the 14th inning. So we continue to play one of the longer games in postseason history, although the Astros have been involved in an epic 16-inning encounter with the Mets back in 1986. That's down low for ball 1 on Andrew Jones. Only 1 hit today. He's doubled. They're going to guard the lines against him down that third base line. Ensberg close to the chalk. A 6-6 tie in the 14th. 2-0. Andrew Jones started this postseason run in a 6-for-53 slump, hitting only .212 since September 1st. He has busted out of that, though. He has a home run in the series. He started the day with 7 hits and 11 at bats in the first 3 games. Now the count's all his way, 3-0. Look at all these guys now gathered inside the dugout. All the pitchers for Phil Garner that already appeared in the game. Gallo, Springer, Rodriguez, Qualls, Lidge, Wheeler, and maybe Roger Clemens to join it. On 3-0, a foul ball there by Andrew Jones to make it 3-1. Look a little unsure on that swing.
He really got fooled with all of the movement on that fastball from Wheeler. Green light, 3-0 count. That ball started out right down the middle and ended up what would have been ball 4, and that leadoff man would have been on.
Andrew Jones, oh so dangerous. 51 homers to lead the majors. It's a go, and it's ball 4. You're talking about the all-important leadoff man. First team to get that man aboard here in the late stages, or later stages. Well, the Braves have him in Andrew Jones.
Well, and you don't have Ausmus behind the plate anymore. He's down there at first base hanging out with Andrew Jones. You got an opportunity to pick your spot if you're Bobby Cox. You got a contact guy at home plate in Franco, hit and run.
So let's see how Atlanta handles this with Jones on and Franco in the box. 0 for 2 since coming on to pinch hit in the 9th inning. Now play on as he squares the bunt and fouls it away. And by the time Ensberg had finished romping in from third, he was right in Franco's kitchen.
As a pitcher, we always had the opportunity to pull that bat back. When we saw him trying to take that away, particularly when you crash at first base and third base, there's nowhere to get the bunt down. You have the opportunity to pull it back and just kind of hit a ground ball anywhere on the infield to get that job done.
Franco has dropped down 1 bunt this year. Five out of 8 for Andrew Jones as he gets a short lead.
Doesn't run like he used to, but obviously we watch him play defense. He can still run.
Another bunt attempt rolled toward first. Will it stay fair? They let it roll, and he kicked it while it was fair, and that is going to be a fair ball. Runners at first and second. You can see the toe of Wheeler apparently making contact with the ball. He was trying to blow that thing foul. No such luck, and the Braves are in business in the 14th inning. That'll be a base hit for Franco.
Well, Phil Garner just can't believe it right here. I mean, you get the out right there. If you want, go ahead and just pick it up right now and take that out. But no, there he is. He kicks it with his toe. That's what puts it foul, but it was in play when it was touched. Gary Cedarstrom hustling down it. What a great job the umpires have done today.
Well, they really have on a number of close plays, and in particular the home run by Ausmus. Gary Cedarstrom working the plate right on top of it, and the Braves have 2 on and none out in the 14th. Atlanta needs to win to force a 5th and deciding game back home in Atlanta tomorrow night. Here's Frank Core. He looks to bunt. He drops down a beauty. Wheeler guns a strike to first to get him, but the sacrifice moves runners to second and third with only 1 out.
Talked about the last 2 hits for the Atlanta Braves. The guy that got him is the guy that's coming to home plate right now. Another difficult decision for these managers here this afternoon. If you're Phil Garner, you put him on, you set up the double play, you pitch to him, you know that you don't have any more relievers left down there. They're going to try to get the double play.
So they will walk Langerhans intentionally to fill up the bases. Mcann on deck. The Braves on the day have just been dreadful with men in scoring position. Incidentally, 1 for 14. Mcann can change all that in just a moment. In fact, does not need a hit to bring in the go-ahead run. 12 men left on base for Bobby Cox. This will be an intentional pass of Langerhans, and it'll all be filled up. Mcann has already homered today. It's Brower getting loose again. And there's ball 4. So the force play is set up at any base. Roger Clemens is starting to loosen up those Hall of Fame legs.
There are so many things going on right now. Jim Hickey, the pitching coach, will go to the mound. I would imagine the Rocket will start playing catch now. You've got Mcann coming up here. He's in the 8th spot. If you're able to get him out, I think this is just encouragement on the part of Hickey saying, hey, all we got to do is get this guy out, and then you get to the pitcher spot. Worst case scenario, they'll go to a pinch hitter, but you'll get Thompson out of the ball game, deeper into their bullpen. You try to encourage him right now. Try to make him forget about the fact that he kicked that ball into being a base hit for Julio Franco.
Mcann back in the 8th. Got all of this one. He ripped it down the right field line, and at the time that home run made it 6-1. And it looked like a pretty easy victory at that point for Atlanta. The Astros with a huge rally scored 5 times between the 8th and the 9th to tie it. Now the Braves with the bases loaded in the 14th. And they rely on another rookie to get the lead back. Mcann 275 during the season with men in scoring position.
I think this conversation here is not only going to be about the sign with a man on second. They've had that, but also what if he goes? What if they turn with the suicide squeeze? All you know as a pitcher here, particularly with a left-handed hitter there, just leave it in the right-hand batter's box. Regardless, breaking ball, fastball, leave it out there so he can't get to it. You'll still have time to make the tag if they go that route.
Andrew Jones at third, representing the go-ahead run. Outside for ball. Julio Franco at second. Langerhans just took ball 4 intentionally to reach first.
Long look at third base coach Freddie Gonzalez. A long time since the Atlanta Braves have gotten a hit. Bobby Cox knows that. Franco credited with one, but it really wasn't one.
1 out, and the 1-0. That's a strike. It's Pete Orr in the on-deck area.
Big decoy there on the part of Andrew Jones at third base, like he was going on the suicide squeeze. They did not go to the pitch out there.
Not bunting here, and that's fouled off his own leg. We've seen a couple of postseason managers use the suicide squeeze beautifully. Ozzie Guillen's done it, and Tony La Russa did it the other day. Tony La Russa has called for 17 of them this year. The Cardinals have been successful on 14 of them. It's staggering.
Ozzie again with a big one there for an insurance run in Game 3 against Boston.
With the count 1-2 on Mcann. Wheeler trying to hold with the bases loaded in the 14th inning. Just off the outside corner. 2-2.
Just want to talk about what a good job Gary Cedarstrom has done this afternoon. Let's let K-Zone prove that he was right again on this pitch. The crowd not happy, but the correct call.
Osmus no longer catching this one. He's at first base.
I guarantee you he doesn't want the ball hit to him.
Swing and a miss. Mcann strikes out. 2 gone.
Pretty much just stuck with that breaking ball away throughout that at bat. More conversations there with Chavez. Here we go. Just missed the outside corner with the fastball. Came right back and painted it, and then here he goes to work. Breaking ball down, strike 2. Just misses the outside corner. Says, all right, I got to come closer to that corner than I did. Comes right back with it down. There's that young aggressiveness on the part of Atlanta getting themselves in trouble.
Here's Pete Ornell. 0 for 1 in the series. Swings and misses for strike 1. Werther, youngster out of Canada. Regular season, exactly 1 home run. Excellent speed. But they need his bat here. With a Brave at every base. And 2 down in the 14th inning of a 6-6 tie. One ball and 1 strike. We talk about the Astro bullpen being just outstanding today. So far, 8 2/3 innings, 7 hits, 1 run allowed by the bullpen after Brandon Backey was knocked out in the 5th inning. He gave up 5 runs on 5 hits. He's off the hook. Ground ball to third. Force play ends the inning. So the Braves load up the bases with only 1 out in the 14th and cannot break through against that pen. Vizcaíno, Osmus, and Brundtland coming up for Houston. We are back in Houston at Minute Maid Park. Game 4 of this National League Division Series. The Braves and the Astros continue to fight on into the bottom of the 14th inning and no resolution yet. And that man behind the screen is none other than Roger Clemens. And it would appear he would be the next man to work out of the bullpen for Houston if necessary. They have a chance to win it yet again here in the bottom of the 14th inning. Jim Brower coming out. Made 69 appearances during the regular season.
You can't get much deeper into that Atlanta bullpen than you already are. The depth of the Houston Astros bullpen is already gone.
Brower to tackle Jose Vizcaíno here. He leads off the 14th inning and takes ball 1.
Right now it's just all about heart. Roger Clemens, I mean, you know, for him to put the nails on, as we say, with the cleats down there in that bullpen, what does this game mean to him?
Swinging a fly ball left center, driving back Andrew Jones, with all sorts of room out there to make the catch. 1 man out. An hour and 14 minutes ago, this happened with 2 down in the bottom of the 9th inning. Houston trailing at the time 6-5 and facing the force of a 5th game in Atlanta tomorrow night. And that's when Brad Osmus stepped to the bat and cracked a home run just over the outstretched glove of a leaping Andrew Jones and barely over the yellow line that signifies a home run in left center field. Tried to hold up, but it's a strike on the swing. 0-1 on Osmus, who has now taken over as the first baseman. And I'll show you that home run in a moment if you missed it, because it was quite some time ago, but you may have. Waved at and missed, and it's 0-2. Back to the ninth we go for Ausmus heroics.
He wasn't sure. He took off running right away. He knew that Andrew Jones was out there. Bill Garner, he knew what he saw.
By about an inch gone. Here's the 0-2. Now ball and 2 strikes on Ausmus. Bruntlett will follow.
Obviously, Wheeler says he's okay to go back out there for another inning. The Rocket not up and throwing as of yet.
Lined right at Langerhans, who's playing pretty deep, but comes in for the catch. 2 down. And Eric Bruntlett will climb on in again. If he does reach, Craig Biggio will follow him. But there are 2 out in the home half of the 14th inning. And they're still jammed in at Minute Maid. Most of these fans have spent a large part of the day on their feet. Although early on it looked like the Braves were going to cruise. There's a swing and a fly ball to left field, but Langerhans is there again. And that's a 1-2-3. We are going on to the 15th inning here in Houston. It'll be the top of the order due up for the Braves. Rafael Percall, then Giles and Chipper Jones. Top half of the 15th inning now as the Braves and Astros are locked up in a 6-6 tie. It's been that way since they were 2 down in the bottom of the 9th inning when Brad Ausmus hit a home run just over the yellow line in left center field. And we are now tied for the longest division series game ever. Game 5 between the Yankees and the Seattle Mariners in Seattle in 1995 has been equaled. Longest postseason game ever in any one of the series was the Mets against the Houston Astros in 1986. That was in the old Astrodome, which went 16 innings, and the Mets won that. Roundly considered one of the great playoff games of all time. Roger Clemens has only in the last few minutes started to warm up in the bullpen. But all 6 regular Houston relievers have already been used, including Dan Wheeler, who continues to pitch here into the 15th. Percall stings that one foul for a strike.
And with Clemens up and throwing right now, it tells you 2 things. One, Wheeler was honest with him and said, look, I'll go back out there, but I don't know how much I have left. So you get the Rocket up and throwing. If he's not used here in the top of the 15th, it gives him more time to get ready if he would have to go in the top of the 16th.
Percall is 0 for 4 as he starts the 15th. Looking to bunt, pulls it away, and it's inside.
We've heard this said about a lot of players, though, and Percall is one of those. He can go from awful, which he's been the last couple of games, to awesome in a hurry.
He was just 3 for 14 coming into this 4th game, which the Astros needed to win to clinch the series. But his speed always a factor. Here comes the 1-1. Fouled back to the net. 6 runs on 12 hits for Atlanta. 6 runs, just 9 hits for Houston. Of course, they've been offensively challenged all season. They've been an outstanding pitching and defensive team. But on the offensive end, they've been shut out 17 times. Popped up to left field, and Percall will be a quick out.
Percall, the last couple of games, has kind of reminded you of, remember the movie Major League, that Willie Mays Hayes? I mean, he's a lot of pop-ups. I guess maybe Percall needs to start doing some push-ups and start getting on top of that ball and utilize the speed that we've known for a long time that he has.
In a playoff game, you don't expect fatigue to be creeping in. Everyone's on adrenaline this time of the year anyway, but is it kind of a factor?
You know what I love about this? Absolutely. There's no question about it, and that's where it becomes so important for a manager. Bobby Cox, just getting his troops to rally and say, hey, you know what? We gave it back up. They got to our closer today, but we can't quit. There's no tomorrow if we don't win today. On the other part, with Phil Garner, that was the thing they raved about when he took this club over, was his energy level. I mean, he was a rah-rah type guy as a player. He was always talking, always being vocal, and that's his job right now, is to keep these people involved in this game and realize we don't want to go to Atlanta.
Well, top of the Atlanta order, Percall and Giles have only 1 hit between them, and that was Giles with a 5th inning single, and he came around to score. The sun just about ready to set on his career, we guess. Roger Clemens, who went toe-to-toe with Smoltz in game 2. He's getting ready to work out of the bullpen for the second time in his career. Three and 1 on Giles. He takes up high for ball 4. So he walks for the second time in the contest. That puts a man on with 1 out in the 15th. And the batter will be Chipper Jones, and here comes Jim Hickey. He wants to talk over what to do with Chipper up on the left side here. We think about this game and all the twists and turns and the dramatic home runs. Grand slam by Laroche of the Braves. That put them up big. They had the 6-1 lead. Coughed that up on home runs by Lance Berkman, his grand slam. And the shot by Ausmus. And sometimes it's hard to remember that Tim Hudson was in control into the 8th inning in this one. He was just outstanding. So he went 7. But then had to turn it over to the bullpen.
Well, kind of the same old story for both teams. I mean, the problems that the Astros have had offensively, we're seeing it now since they tied it up, and the problems that Atlanta had all year long with their bullpen.
Here's Chipper Jones with 1 out and a runner at first. He takes a strike. Chipper 1 for 4 with a double. He's also been walked 3 times. A must-win for Atlanta. That's a strike. Chipper Jones in the 0-2 hole. Giles leading at first, and the 0-2 off the corner.
The emotional roller coaster that this crowd has been on, and I'm sure the crowd in Atlanta, all over the baseball world.
It was this game 4 last season, last October against Houston, that the Braves pulled out to force the 5th game, which they then lost at home at Turner Field. Trying to tie up the series at 2-2 again here in 05. 2-2 as he missed badly there.
Giles is starting to think about running down there as well. His lead's getting a little bit bigger. He's starting to lean into the direction of second base. Long look at third base coach Freddie Gonzalez.
He did steal 16 bases during the regular season. He was only caught 3 times. The ascendant here. 2-2. Not running. Cut on and missed for strike 3. Chipper Jones strikes out, 2 away in the top of the 15th.
Well, what a sequence of pitches there. I mean, Wheeler just, you cannot ask for any more than what he has given you. You go back to this at bat, painting the outside corner, strike 1. Right back there again in the same spot. Tries to expand it here a little bit. Does not get the call. Misses wildly. Here he comes back with a changeup. Look at that. The exact same spot of the fastball. Takes a little off. Chipper, you could see, was well out in front. I mean, what a great sequence there by Wheeler.
Now Andrew Jones with 2 away. The breaking ball spins in for strike. Andrew 1 for 4 with a double, also hit by a pitch, leaving him at .533 for batting average in the series. The pitch count for Wheeler.
That's a lot.
50 out of the pen. Two down. Another strike. 0-2.
This is special. I mean, this is really something what he has done to Chipper Jones, and now for the first 2 strikes to Andrew.
Does Wheeler have another big-time pitch left in him? The 0-2. Andrew wouldn't chase it. For so long in their head-to-head meetings in the playoffs, the Braves dominated the Astros. They didn't last year as Houston won in 5. Now the Astros, with a magnificent rally here today, are trying to win in 4 and move on to the League Championship Series with St. Louis. Giles at first, 2 down, and the 1-2. Fly ball lifted into the corner, but foul. The fans on their feet at Minute Maid, 43,000 plus. And their emotions out there for everyone to hear on every pitch. It has been a roller coaster indeed. Giles back in, 2 down in the 15th inning. Too high and all even now on Andrew Jones, 2-2.
A little bit of fatigue on those last 2 pitches.
Oh, he's on fumes.
Hung that breaking ball with 2 strike, line down the left field line, just foul. Missed wildly with that last pitch, up and out of the zone.
The Rocket is fueled and ready if needed. Popped up. Shallow right center. Biggio out. Lane coming in. He sees it. He's got it. 1 man left. The Astros coming up to bat in the home half of the 15th inning. They go to the top of the order, and Craig Biggio to lead things off. If you're just joining us, that's no typo at the bottom of your screen. We are into the bottom of the 15th inning in Houston. Rick Sutcliffe, Dave O'Brien, Aaron Andrews. National League Division Series game number 4. Houston in front 2-1. We look at the bullpen comparison. Really no comparison when you look at all the hits that have been allowed so far today by the Atlanta pen. Only 3, but a couple of those were gigantic. And the Astro bullpen, 10 2/3, has allowed only 7 hits. And here comes Roger Clemens coming out of the bullpen, heading for his bench. And he has actually put on a helmet because the pitcher spot is due up second. And the Rocket is in the on-deck circle, believe it or not. Well, you say, what else could Roger Clemens do coming back home to Texas and helping get the Astros into back-to-back postseasons? And, well, maybe the bat will tell that story.
And you know what? There's nobody loving this more than the Rocket himself. I'll guarantee you that. The guy I feel sorry for is John Smoltz, who physically can't help his team.
Craig Biggio can as he takes outside for ball. 2-0. The Astros are out of regular players. They're out of position players. And so the Rocket is going to have to swing. They'll count 3-0. They just have to bunt. The right-hander's pitch is right through there for a strike. And of all the things that Clemens has achieved in his magnificent career, would he ever have given a thought a couple of years ago about batting in a playoff game in the 15th inning in Houston? The 3-1 is high for ball 4. Biggio is on here in the 15th inning of a 6-6 tie, and Clemens is coming to bat.
He knows his job here, but he also knows in just a limited amount of time he's been in the National League his responsibility. You just walk the leadoff guy. The Rocket needs to make sure he gets a strike to try to put down that bunt whip.
.207, no slouch with the bat. 0 for 2 in the division series. Chipper Jones moving in. He pulled it away, and it's up high for ball 1.
Great job right there. I love looking around at you see a lot of the sons looking up at their dad, say, Dad, what's he doing hitting? Dad's got to explain. Phil Gardner is out of players. Oh, okay, this is fun.
So it's up to the 43-year-old Roger Clemens, a winner of 341 Major League games, to drop down a bunt. If he puts down a sacrifice successfully here, it'll be the loudest ovation in the history of baseball for a guy giving himself up. Gets it down. Throw to first by Mcann. On a tag by Franco gets him into second. Moves Biggio. Listen to this crowd.
He'll take the high fives right now, but he's going to head back down into that tunnel and probably try to find a place where he can play some catch to keep loose. He's hoping right now that with that sacrifice bunt, a base hit, he won't have to go out and take the mound. But now he's going down there to get ready to do his job if that's what comes about.
So Burke will get in with an opportunity to win the ball game in the 15th inning. With Biggio at second, still runs well. Cut on and missed for strike. The Astros a single away from advancing to the National League Championship Series. 1-1. The Astros trying to complete the come from behind victory. 2-1. Brandon Backey left this game, folks, in the 5th inning. He has not left that spot in the dugout since they removed him.
Remember the great shot we had of him rubbing Brad Ausmus's bat? Well, that was the bat that went up and tied this game in the 9th. He's hoping this is the bat that'll win it here in the 15th.
The 2-1. Outside again. Brower well off the corner. 3 balls, 1 strike.
Look at this. The guy in the on-deck circle, the guy that has driven in the most runs this year for the Houston Astros. The guy at second base, well, nobody scored more runs for the Houston Astros in their history than him.
Chick swing, and it's outside for ball 4. Another base runner for the Astros. First and second. Only 1 out in the bottom of the 15th inning. This game has tied the longest division series game ever of 15 innings. But Morgan Ensberg means to make sure it does not go 16. He can do it with a hit right here.
Had a great series. A great series, but not having a great day today.
He is 0 for 5, but has 2 on. No throw as Biggio gets back in, but no one slanting over anyway. Ensberg, the team MVP is voted by the baseball writers after a sensational regular season in which he drove in 101 runs. Just outside. Ensberg said that when Bagwell went down early in the season, it was a wake-up call for him because he said we needed somebody to step in and become a big-time run producer overnight.
Well, particularly with all they lost. With Beltran leaving, they lost Jeff Kent. This guy really has made a lot of strides this year.
And now to catcher Mcann heading out to the hill.
A great hitter in college at USC. We talked about that with Ensberg. A power type guy at the minor league level. The next thing you know, he gets to the big league level. He hit some home runs, but he was platooned a lot at third base with Jeff Blum. All of a sudden this year, he starts hitting for power. He starts driving in runs. He starts hitting with runners in scoring position. Now let's see if he can do it in the playoffs.
10 home runs the season before, 36 this year. He came up huge time and time again. The Astros are demanding that again here in the 4th game of the division series as he lets it go outside to make it 2-0. Ensberg 5 for 7, 7 RBIs in this series with runners in scoring position. That's the man that matters most. Biggio on. So is Burke. Here comes the 2-0. Ground ball right to the shortstop for call into second. That's one on to first. Got him! Double play dug out by Franco, and that's the end of the inning. A bang play. Ensberg diving headlong into the bag, but Julio Franco, the 47-year-old first baseman, digs it. Giles skipping that throw, but turning 2 despite being upended. And we're going on to the 16th inning in Houston, Texas. Still playing game 4 in a 6-6 tie. It is not over yet. The top of the 16th inning coming your way, which means this game will tie for the longest in postseason history of 16 innings. And Roger Clemens comes out of the bullpen for the 2nd time in his career. Way back in his rookie season with the Red Sox, 1984, he came on to face the Oakland A's in his only other relief appearance.
Look at the flip-flop again. Chavez down there at first base. Osmus, who catches Roger Clemens, goes back behind home plate. And before this first pitch, Osmus went out to talk to him, saying as if, what do you got? Let me know.
Here's Franco. Just made a fine play digging out the double play throw from Giles. So he leads off the 16th inning in a 6-6 tie. Not a lot of luck against Clemens in his career. Just a .209 average for Franco. So you have a 43-year-old pitcher, a 47-year-old hitter. Yeah, it's late in more ways than one here in Houston.
You know what, though? They're still doing the job. Still getting it done, both of these guys.
Cut on the miss. That one disappeared. A good splitter by the Rocket. 1-2.
We've not seen one four-seam fastball yet. We may not. That might have been what the Rocket said. We saw a breaking ball miss. We saw a fastball for strike 1. And then, as you said, Dave, there's the splitter down and out of the zone.
Clemens beaten up in game number 2 in a start. There's a big fan right there. In fact, that's a mutual admiration society, those two. The great Nolan Ryan has hung in there the whole day. The Astros have been down this road before, playing a 16-inning playoff game in 1986 and losing that to the New York Mets. Roger Clemens was in his 2nd year in the majors then, and was waiting for a World Series appearance against those Mets. Would famously win that in a great comeback. Well, today the Astros have come from 5 runs down in the 8th inning, and Brad Osmus homered with 2 down in the bottom of the 9th to tie it at 6. Inside, big groan there from the fans at Minute Maid, but it's a ball and 3-2 the count.
Came back with another split finger fastball. K's zone. just off the inside corner. Gary Cedarstrom right again.
The payoff pitch. In there for strike 3, and Franco's hopping mad. He thought he had ball 4, and he's going to go nose to nose with Cedarstrom here. Franco strikes out looking, but he didn't think so. Freddie Gonzalez has to pull him away. The third base coach comes down the line to protect him.
Looked like a good fastball to me, up on the inside corner. Franco thinking that the ball was high. He's mad, but he needs to realize everybody's about out of players here. Bobby Cox still has a couple of options left, but he doesn't want to use them right now. Fastball up and in. Franco thought it was up. He thought it was inside. K-Zone says it catches the top of the zone. And credit to Gary Cedarstrom. It wasn't where the glove of Brad Ausmus was, but that's not your job. If he doesn't hit the glove, your job is to call it if it's in the strike zone. Franco clearly upset with it. But we saw with K-Zone right at the top of it, right there at the way. Franco might be mad that he didn't take a big swing at it.
Boy, how about that scowl on the face of Julio Franco, one of the truly nice men in baseball. But you think being 47, still playing Major League Baseball, means you go out like a lamb? I don't think so. Up high on Frank Core. He's got 1 for 5 with a double today. His son has crept out to the right fielder, right in Lane's eyes. Here's the 2-1. He was late. All even now, 2-2 on Jeff Francoeur. And the young man is being battle tested against the Rocket here. Struck him out. Back-to-back Ks in the 16th inning for Roger Clemens.
He probably warmed up at about 86 miles an hour. Told Ausmus, I don't have a whole lot left, but all of a sudden Brad started to feel it. He got the call on Franco, and all of a sudden now that 85, 88 has turned up to 92, 93. Give this crowd some credit as well.
Langer has another rookie getting in. Swings, little fly ball right center field. Counting on Brundage, he'll make the catch. Side retired, and how about Roger Clemens, 43 years young. He gets them 1-2-3 in the 16th. National League Division Series game number 4 has already tied for the longest postseason game ever. And here in the bottom of the 16th inning, the Astros are coming up tonight at 8:30, and we promise we'll get to it. Carson Palmer and the Bengals, now 4-0, take on Jacksonville on ESPN Sunday night. Football coverage begins with NFL Primetime, presented by Miller Lite at 7:30 Eastern Time. But we're not done yet in Houston. They've had to go back only to the 7th inning to get enough innings up on that scoreboard to carry us to the home half of the 16th. Rally caps of all different sorts. The longest division series game has been tied here, and here comes the Houston attack, and Chavez will lead things off. He'll be followed by Jason Lane, and then Vizcaíno scheduled to bat. We're bottom of the 16th.
We're still calling them attacks?
Yeah, I guess. Sputters lately has been more like it.
I think total credit goes to these guys that are towing the mound.
Jose Cruz, go back to 1986 and think about that long playoff game against the Mets. Great player in the history of this Houston franchise. Over there manning first base, fouled away by Chavez. How about Roger Clemens and his effort today, coming out of the bullpen for the 2nd time of his career, but as a hitter, before he ever got to the hill, he had to drop down a sacrifice bunt. This place went nuts to advance a runner into scoring position, and then sets down Atlanta 1-2-3 with a pair of strikeouts. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Chavez, who has gone from the catcher spot to first base. Liam is only still rocking away alongside Bobby Cox. It has been a long day for just about everybody, and not every soldier's coming out of it. 2-2.
She might have. Who knows how old that baby was when this game started, huh?
The pitch buried outside for ball 3 on Chavez.
You might get a mistake right here. These guys have dominated the outer half, and the hitter's getting themselves out trying to pull the baseball. You know that Brower wants to throw a strike. He doesn't want to walk the leadoff guy. You get a mistake middle in. One swing of the bat for Houston. It could be over.
3-2, little roller. They have broken his bat. Franco will take it himself for the out. One away in the bottom of the 16th. We talk about the longest division series game. Well, that occurred in the 2000 National League Division Series between the Mets and the Giants. Went 5 hours 14 minutes. That was only 13 innings. We have long since blown right by that in terms of the innings. Here's Lane now, cutting and missing for a strike. One for 6 today. He has been held without a home run in this division series here deep into the 4th game, and he grounds out one in the middle for Call. Fires and gets him. 2 up, 2 down.
The first relief appearance for the Rocket in a long time, partner, but not unprecedented as far as what happens in the postseason with things like this. We remember Randy Johnson coming out of the bullpen in Game 7 against the Yankees when he pitched a great game in Game 6, coming back a day later to come in and get some outs. Mike Mussina has done it in the postseason for the Yankees. We saw last year in Game 3 where the Yankees were blowing the Red Sox out. Wakefield gave up his start in Game 4, went down to the bullpen, ate up some innings there, gave him an opportunity to come back in the next game.
Vizcaino batting with nobody on base and 2 down. And if he makes it out and we go on to the 17th inning, this will become the longest playoff game ever, postseason history. Right now it is tied for that honor. Devine is all loosened up for Bobby Cox in that pen. Serve to short. Another stop for Call and gets him. Brower made it look very, very easy. 1, 2, 3 they go, and indeed it will be the longest postseason game ever. And it's not done. We're tied at 6 going to the 17th. Top of the 17th inning here. Major League Baseball's Division Series presented by Budweiser. It is Game 4 of the National League Division Series. We go back to the 3rd inning. That's Adam Laroche, was long since departed this affair, but he cracked a grand slam at that point, and Atlanta was starting to cruise to what looked like almost certain victory. But in the 8th inning, the Astros rallied dramatically. A grand slam for Houston off the bat of Lance Berkman. That made it 6-5 Atlanta. Then in the 9th inning with 2 down, that's Brad Ausmus over the glove of Andrew Jones, and that's a home run over the yellow line, and it's gone here. And it tied the game at 6. It was bedlam inside Minute Maid Park, and it's been knotted ever since. And Roger Clemens pitches his 2nd relief inning. Of course, he's working on just 2 days rest. The question how long he can go. Stung, bobbled over there by Chavez. The Rocket gets there in time though for the out. 1 away, and Clemens has retired the first 4 batters he's faced.
That's some kind of play there. Chavez pulled from behind the plate because of the comfort zone with Clemens and Ausmus when he's catching. This isn't Jeff Bagwell at first. This is, I mean, that's just, it's like your old catcher's days, you know. Block it, keep it in front of you. The Rocket doing his job.
Well, here comes Brian Jordan. Announced as a pinch hitter with 1 down in the 17th inning. He takes a strike. He has faced Roger Clemens 12 times in his career. He has 3 hits. And 1 of those is a home run. Jordan got the start in game 1 of the series, which Atlanta would lose 10-5. Although he made a tremendous catch in the outfield pretty early in that game. He's been bothered by a balky knee most of the season. So far 0 for 4 in this series. He takes it outside 2-1.
People remember Brian Jordan. He was a double duty kind of guy, an all-pro as a defensive back for the Atlanta Falcons. A professional baseball career. No wonder those knees are starting to give out a little.
Clemens with a 2-1. Foul straight back to the net. Game 4 of the National League Division Series. Houston leads 2-1. Win and they move on to face St. Louis in the league championship. Atlanta trying to force a tie, a 2-2 tie, move to game 5 tomorrow night back in Atlanta. Dave O'Brien, Rick Sutcliffe, Aaron Andrews bringing you a 17-inning marathon. At least so far, and that's inside to make it 3-2. Clemens with a little grimace there. Fills up the count on Jordan. Rafael for call up next. Line shot and a base hit. That's gapped into right center field, and it takes a little skip. Bruntlett out to get it. He fires in, but will not get Jordan. He's headlong into second with a double. And the Braves have the go-ahead runner on in scoring position in the 17th with 1 out. A double for Brian Jordan. It's almost like Bobby Cox was waiting and waiting and waiting for the right time to use the veteran.
Everybody's been waiting on somebody to get a hit. They've been few and far between since we go back to when the game was tied in the 9th inning. There's an extra base hit, an opportunity to take the lead again for the Atlanta Braves.
Rafael Furcal can deliver that lead. He is 0 for 5. Looking to bunt, but he takes a ball. 4 out of 17 against Roger Clemens.
And I'm just thinking too. I in the clubhouse talking to players, coaches, men. I never saw Andy Pettitte today. A lot of times a team will fly the starting pitcher for the next game ahead the day before.
Fouled away at the plate.
I've not seen him in the dugout. If he's not here, this is it. Houston Nationals do not have another option. Roy Oswalt, he pitched last night. He went deep into that ball game. You could not take a chance on him hurting himself. I'm sure he'd volunteer. We know what a competitor he is.
But right now it's on the back of 43-year-old Roger Clemens. Ground ball, little chopper out to Biggio. Gets it over, but down to third moves Jordan with 2 down. You look at the totals on all the pitchers who've been used today. 13 pitchers used and over 500 pitches have been thrown. And this one is only in the top of the 17th inning.
Everybody sets their clubs up different. You look at the Houston Astros, they had 7 extra guys, which means that they're only going to have 10 pitchers.
Here's Giles taking outside for ball.
Their 6 relievers have already thrown. They're gone. Backey, the starting pitcher, is gone. Andy Pettitte, we don't even know if he's here. It's the Rocket and Oswalt. Unless they could activate Nolan Ryan, I don't know.
In for a strike. Clemens has dominated Giles in their head-to-heads. 1 ball, 1 strike here. A runner at third, just 90 feet away. If Jordan scores, the Braves will get on the scoreboard for the first time since the 8th inning. Big swing and a miss. Nothing bashful about that cut. One of the great strikeout pitchers of all time, Roger Clemens. Eyeballing a strikeout here in the 17th. Outside, 2-2.
You can see him taking his time. He knows that one mistake could be the difference between this ball game and not. Taking a little bit more time to try to get a little bit more velocity.
Inside, backing away Giles, and that fills up the count. He went with a splitter there, but could not hit the zone.
I asked Brad Ausmus yesterday about the Rocket. I said, is he okay? Is he physically all right? I said he didn't look very good when he pitched in game 2. He said, I asked him the same thing. He said he was sore, but he said it was a good sore.
Troubled by a hamstring. Here's the 3-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. The Rocket blazing away. He gives up a double, but he comes back in a key spot to fan Giles. And he has struck out 3 of the 7 batters he has faced in his second career relief appearance. About to play the bottom half of the 17th inning of National League Division Series game number 4. We're all tied up 6-6. Let's get downstairs to Aaron Andrews. Aaron.
Dave, I have the honor of sitting by the Braves dugout over here. And as you can imagine, every time they head out on the field for defense, a lot more serious for when they come back for offense. Andrew Jones just walked by me, kind of rolled his eyes a bit and said, I'm tired, my back hurts. And then Terry Pendleton heard him and said, get back out there. So this guy's trying to hang on. Chipper Jones, by the way, making fun of me because he realizes we've missed our flights, guys.
Long time ago. Now the Braves want to have one more flight as far as this series goes. That's back to Atlanta for game 5 of this division series. But they have not forced the tie yet. And here's young Joey Devine, 22 years old, another Atlanta rookie. And it's inside on Brad Ausmus. And it was some 2.5 hours ago, as you look at the line on Devine, that Brad Ausmus cranked that home run with 2 down in the bottom of the 9th, which tied the game and forced all these extra innings.
It was only about 2.5 months ago that Joey Devine was still in college, drafted just this year.
Quick working right-hander, 1 ball and 2 strikes on Ausmus. Then it'll be Bruntlett and then Biggio, the bottom of the 17th, in what has become the longest postseason game ever.
An amazing farm system for Atlanta, but it normally takes longer than that to get a guy to the big leagues. Ausmus asking for time, and he was granted that.
So no pitch there. Biggio, the 39-year-old, hoping for an opportunity to win this ball game. He's had a couple of shots already. 1-2, rattle foul. That's Johnny Estrada. He is the only available position player on either team. And Bobby Cox is coveting him. 2-2. Here's Bobby going with 2 catchers. Mcann has caught the entire day. Ausmus has not. He has shifted over to first base. And then back to the catcher spot. So he shuffled back and forth. Phil Garner has used 4 different first basemen in this game.
Baseball gets heavy. Bats get heavy. It gets tougher and tougher to get anything done, particularly offensively. I think these guys are more tired than all of the different pitchers that keep coming in.
And you get a fresh young arm here in Devine, but he misses up and in. 3-2 on Ausmus. Who will be the ultimate hero in game 4, which has become a historic contest. Luke Fowle over the dugout.
There's already, in my mind, and I'm sure you as well, Dave, been a lot of heroes in this ball game today. The job Wheeler did, bases loaded, 1 out. Lidge, all the pitches thrown.
It's a tired gathering here, and it's swung on and missed for strike 3 as Ausmus fans. So 1 gone in the home half of the 17th. Checking out all those postseason records that have fallen today because of this marathon. The most players used by one team, the Astros with 23. The longest game, 17 innings. First postseason game with 2 grand slams. And it's the longest division series game ever right now at 5 hours, 31 minutes and counting. Big swing and a miss there by Bruntlett. He has gone 0 for 4 since entering this one.
You talk about major league records, you can't help but think about Nolan Ryan. 53 major league records at the time of his retirement.
In for a strike, 0-2. Well, Brundtland actually with an infield hit back in the 8th inning. And he was on board when Berkman hit that grand slam. And long since forgotten, at least right now. I'm sure someone will be talking about after the game. A terrific at bat by young Luke Scott in that 8th inning. Cut on and missed for strike 3, and back-to-back Ks here by Devine. A fresh arm indeed, and they're 2 away.
The problems that they have had this year with the closer John Smoltz put into the rotation, they may be looking at the answer next year. Joey Devine just overpowering with that fastball, good slider. And I tell you who he reminds me a lot of, Dave, is the outstanding closer Hudson Street for the Oakland A's. You know, that release point, that angle, the deception, and then that wicked breaking ball with the good velocity.
Houston Street just might be the favorite for Rookie of the Year. Here comes Liam Mazzoni. He has made very, very few trips to the hill today, but he's going to make one now as Craig Biggio gets in. Biggio a threat to end it with one swing with his 26 home runs during the season, a career high at the age of 39.
And that's what you talk about right now, because when you look in the on-deck circle, just in case Joey Devine didn't know what was going on, take a look over there. You got the opposing pitcher. I mean, an intentional pass wouldn't be the worst thing in the world here to take the pressure off the kid. But they're just saying if you miss, make sure you miss out over the plate. Nothing on the heart of the plate. Everything away.
Ball 1. Roger Clemens on deck. He has been up to hit already today. In fact, that's the first thing he did, and he dropped down a beautiful sacrifice bunt. In for strike 1-1. We're in the bottom of the 17th inning in Houston, Texas at Minute Maid Park, and we are still tied 6-6, which has been the score since the bottom of the 9th when Ausmus homered with 2 out to tie. Popped up, backing out Giles, and guess what? We are playing on into the 18th inning. Still Atlanta 6 and Houston 6. Here are your due-ups for the Braves in the 18th. About to play the top half of the 18th inning of Game 4 of this National League Division Series. Rick Sutcliffe, Dave O'Brien, Aaron Andrews with you. You know, Chris Berman tossed it to us way back just after noontime here, Texas time, to get the NFL day started. And right now we're talking about Sunday Night Football. Carson Palmer and the 4-0 Cincinnati Bengals taking on Jacksonville tonight. Coverage beginning with NFL Primetime presented by Miller Lite at 7:30 Eastern. We're going to try hard not to run into that, but who knows what might happen.
So we may just toss it right back to Boomer.
Right back to Boomer.
Get ready, pal.
6-6 on a historic day in Houston. Just no result yet. Chipper Jones against Roger Clemens. And that's in for strike 1. Chipper with just the 1 hit way back in the 5th inning, a double. 261 lifetime against Clemens. Although Chipper Jones has been on base a total of 5 times. He swings and rolls that one to the second baseman. Biggio up and over, got him for out number 1. You compare the bullpens and all the innings pitched. The Astros day out of the pen had to start early. Brendan Backey removed from the game after 4 1/3. And the Braves pen in 10 innings has allowed all of 3 hits. The Astros in 13 innings all of 1 run. The teams have combined since the 9th inning for just 4 hits and no runs. So since that point, both pens have been pretty extraordinary in their ways, but Farnsworth did blow a situation where Atlanta had a 6-1 lead in the 8th inning, and he coughed that up. Otherwise, the Braves would have long since put this one away and would be on their way. They'd be on their flight right now back to Atlanta.
Yeah, just looking at Phil Garner, too. He feels horrible right now with the position that he has put Roger Clemens in. There's just nowhere to go. Not only does he have to pitch this inning, he's got to come back and lead off in the bottom of the 18th inning. There's nothing that Phil Garner can do about that.
No activity at all in that bullpen. It's Roger Clemens or bust. At the age of 43, it's sharply backing out Vizcaíno. Throws. Bobbled over there at first base by Chavez. Could not dig it out. So Andrew Jones is aboard here with 1 out in the 18th inning. Oh, it looked like a certain out, but Vizcaíno skipped the throw to the first baseman.
And you really don't have a first baseman there. The first baseman is long gone. Jeff Bagwell's not playing first. We've seen him come up with throws like this many times. Vizcaíno's set. The ball just doesn't get there in the air. Unfamiliar territory for Chavez. Andrew Jones at first base now. You make a mistake, you try to take advantage of it.
The error charged to the shortstop, Vizcaíno. And here's Julio Franco. One for 4 with a single. Thus far 2 for 8 in this series. Andrew Jones with the lead, and it's a wild swing and a miss by Franco.
That's the biggest thing I've seen Andrew Jones taking a while. He's being real aggressive out there. The Rocket with not a great pickoff move, not real quick to home. Maybe, you know, you gave me first base, he may try to take second from you.
Diving back in, Andrew Jones. And on deck after Franco, it'll be Jeff Francoeur. Clemens takes his sign, widening out that lead, Andrew Jones, and Rogers a little perturbed by it. Jones a little defiant there as he stands off the bag. Franco taking his time to get back in.
Osman's taking a long look too at that lead.
Clemens with an 0-1 pitch. The runner holds. Swung on, busted back. A little pop up, and a shortstop Vizcaíno to make the play. 2 down. Now Francoeur certainly cooled off at the tail end of the season. He has been held to 4 hits in the first 4 games of this division series, but has good power. He has a double today. He's also dropped down a sacrifice bunt.
You know, and every time I've seen him, I've even been more impressed. The numbers might have gone down a little bit. You know, a lot of times you hit the ball hard, you just hit it at someone. This kid's some kind of aggressive right now. We talked about him reminding us of Andre Dawson in the outfield. He takes that same big kind of swing, man. You can't throw it too hard for him.
Hit 14 home runs in about half a season.
All the outfield assists. He's one of those guys that's just not afraid to take a chance to try to be the difference in a ball game.
He's an Atlanta native. He has a lot of friends and family back home watching. They want to see him make the difference today. Cut on and missed. Roger going with another splitter there.
Look at that movement. That's something that he has added. Look at the lack of rotation, down and in underneath the swing. He's doing that a lot more in the last 4 or 5 years than he has even his slider.
This game creeping up on 6 hours, starting just after noontime here in Houston. It is 5:52 local time. 1 ball, 1 strike on Francoeur, 2 down, a 6-6 tie in the 18th inning.
It's empty. No other options down there in that bullpen. We talked about the longest game. What's the most innings Roger Clemens has ever pitched? we could close in on that here. Jones is trying to go. He's just not been able to get a read on the rocket. He's wanting to run.
He holds and it's outside. Check out Rogers' pitch count to this point. He came on in the 16th inning. 41 pitches. The 2-1 is too high. So now it is 3 balls and a strike on Francoeur. He has the hitter's count.
Dave, just looking at that pitch count, though, makes you think that with the first error of the day on the throw from Vizcaino, this inning would be over with. Houston would be hitting right now. But the first defensive lapse for either team has extended this inning, and who knows what will happen.
Jones takes off and swung on and lifted foul out of play. So he was on the move there. Now 3 balls, 2 strikes on Francoeur. And with an aching back, as he confided to Aaron Andrews, Andrew Jones will trot back to first. The crowd looking to will Roger Clemens to pitch around the error by Vizcaino, the only error by either team all day. Sports Center follows our coverage here of Game 4 of the National League Division Series from Houston. Well, I didn't think I'd be saying that today. Brad Ausmus might be a big highlight during Sports Center.
We just don't know how big yet. There's going to be a huge highlight from this game.
Well, Ausmus, the man who with 2 down in the bottom of the 9th, tied the game with a homer and propelled it to this historic run of extra innings. Andrew Jones getting a running start. Swing and a miss. He struck out Francoeur. Another K in the book for Roger Clemens. He has been superb in his 3 innings out of the pen. And he strikes out another one to end that Atlanta threat. It's off to the bottom of the 18th inning in Game 4 of the National League Division Series. And another try at home for the Astros to win it. Roger Clemens about to step up to bat. He has been up once and has dropped down a sacrifice bunt. This game tied 6-6 in the bottom of the 18th inning. Already in terms of innings, the longest postseason game in Major League history. And soon enough, it's going to be the longest game in terms of time ever played in the postseason. Roger Clemens getting in to face Devine here in a 6-6 tie. He swings for the fences and comes up empty. Wouldn't that be the most incredible thing you've seen? If he knocked that ball out of the park for a win. Fouled away, 0-2. He's not getting cheated, is he?
He's not. It'd be kind of difficult to say it was the most amazing thing we've seen out of the Rocket. There have been so many, but I agree with you. He's never gone deep. Why not do something you haven't done?
1-2. Short porch here. Just 3:15 down the line. It's enticing, even for non-hitters.
The one thing he knows, if he hits a homer, he doesn't have to go out there and pitch anymore.
That's right. Well, he's been magnificent today, coming out of the bullpen for just the 2nd time in his career. He swings and misses for strike 3. 1 away in the Astros' 18th inning. Devine gets him. And that'll send up Chris Burke. So the Rocket down the tunnel and preparing to go back out for a possible, I can't believe I'm saying it, 19th inning. Skip to the plate as Burke was flirting with a bunt, and he takes ball 1.
The only reason it's possible is because so many of these guys have come in out of that bullpen and just made terrific pitches.
Up and in. 2 balls, no strikes. The Astros long since out of position players. So Clemens has actually gotten in twice to hit. Swing and a drive, left field, way back. This one is gone. The Astros win it. Burke with a game-winning walk-off home run to make Roger Clemens the winner and send the Houston Astros to the National League Championship Series. In 18 innings, Houston pulls it out to go back to the league championship for the second straight year.
All they talked about when the Astros were 15-30 was the fact that they were too old. Roger Clemens, too young. Chris Burke. Well, all of a sudden, they came together and did something that had never been done before. 15 games under 500 into the postseason. Now on to the National League Championship Series.
338 and up and over the left field wall for a game winner. And a stroke of a lifetime for Chris Burke. The Astros win it by a final of 7-6 in the longest postseason game in history. 18 innings, and Garner and the Houston Club are on to the league championship. They knock off the Atlanta Braves 3-1.
Little things sometimes turn into big things, and Phil Garner telling us before the game that he thought the experience that Tavares and Chris Burke got last year, they weren't on the postseason roster, but they had an opportunity to travel with the team, to feel that experience. The next thing you know, look at who the hero is today.